of Ayurveda, KLE's Shri Basapanna Mallapanna Kankanwadi Ayurveda Mahavidyalaya, Shahpur, Belgavi, Karnataka, aptly known as KLE Ayurveda, the first institute in India to have a constant crown of NAC and NABH accreditation. With all its academic, research, moral and social responsibilities, KLE Ayurveda is marching its journey towards its centenary celebrations. KLE Ayurveda is a proud and remarkable wing of KLE Academy of Higher Education and Research, deemed to be university of global standards with a consistent NAC A grade. Also has its ranking in MHRD, Swachh Bharat, NIRF and many more feathers in its crown. KLE Ayurveda has more than 65% of greenery, enlisted as a clean and a green campus. The campus of KLE Ayurveda is spread over 11 acres of land and an exclusive herbal garden over 32 acres of land. The library, with all modern amenities of management system, has a vast collection of books, e-books, journals, etc., accounting to over 35,000. The 24 hours reading room and a spacious study area in the library makes the library user-friendly to the students. The library, in addition to the available books, is also Wi-Fi enabled for easy internet access for a hassle-free
सर बोला अरे नंतर भेटतो अरे भेटतो बंदी नाही लाईव्ह राहत नाही कಳಿಸ್ತೀನಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಲಿಂಕ್ ಆಯ್ತು ಮೆಸೇಜ್ ಕಳಿಸಿ ಯಾವ ನಂಬರ್ ಅನ್ನೋ ಕಳಿಸಿ
We are masters of Ayurveda literature. Ayurveda is the future.
We are the masters of Ayurvedic pharmaceutics. Ayurveda is the future.
We are Ayurveda drug manufacturers. Ayurveda is the future.
We are masters in Ayurveda pharmacology and pharmacognosy. Ayurveda is the next future.
We are the masters of Ayurveda diagnostics. Ayurveda is the future. We are the masters of Ayurveda obstetrics and gynecology. Ayurveda is the future.
We are masters of Ayurveda pediatrics. Ayurveda is the future.
We are the masters of Ayurveda toxicology. Ayurveda is the future.
We are the masters of Ayurveda community medicine. Ayurveda is the future.
We are the masters of Ayurveda internal medicine. Ayurveda is the future.
We are masters of Ayurvedic surgery. Ayurveda is future.
We are the masters of Ayurvedic ophthalmology, ENT and dentistry. Ayurveda is the future.
We are the masters of the Panchakarma. Ayurveda is the future.
Keli Ayurveda Hospital has its rich heritage of serving the needy from local to global areas for more than 90 years. Hospital has premises with the state-of-art standards and is reputatively an NABH accredited hospital. The spacious interiors of the hospital are well equipped with the traditional and modern equipments. Patients visiting the hospital have a high satisfaction rate under the care of experienced Vaidyas, nursing, and other support staff. Hospital has over 20 specialty and super specialty OPDs, has wards for all economy status with equal care, has potential treatments for neurological, cardiac, cancer, infertility, developmental problems, respiratory problems, skin disease, lifestyle, and lipid disorders, in addition to routine OPD of all specialties from pediatrics to geriatrics, including surgical, gynecological, and obstetrical care. KLE Ayurveda has a commanding central research facility wing with all modern research facilities. The staff involved in CRF are highly trained and are potentially contributing to analysis, research, and publication. As a result, CRF has 16 completed and ongoing government-sponsored research projects, 22 private pharmacy-sponsored research works, more than 56 in-house research projects, more than 480 standard publications, more than 33 animal experiments, more than 880 analytical works of herbal, mineral, and herbo-mineral products.
We are expertise of Ayurveda research. Ayurveda is the future.
MHRD, Swachh Bharat, NIRF, and many more feathers in its crown. KLE Ayurveda has more than 65% of greenery, enlisted as a clean and a green campus. The campus of KLE Ayurveda is spread over 11 acres of land and an exclusive herbal garden over 32 acres of land. The library, with all modern amenities of management system, has a vast collection of books, e-books, journals, etc., amounting to over 35,000. The 24 hours reading room and a spacious study area in the library makes the library user-friendly to the students. The library, in addition to the available books, is also Wi-Fi enabled for easy internet access for a hassle-free flow of study materials. Institute has 14 departments for undergraduate and postgraduate teaching and training, with renowned, experienced, and also young and dynamic team of facilitators.
We are masters of Ayurveda literature. Ayurveda is the future.
We are the masters of Ayurvedic pharmaceutics. Ayurveda is the future.
We are Ayurveda drug manufacturers. Ayurveda is the future.
We are masters in Ayurveda pharmacology and pharmacognosy. Ayurveda is the next future.
We are the masters of Ayurveda diagnostics. Ayurveda is the future. We are the masters of Ayurveda obstetrics and gynecology. Ayurveda is the future.
We are masters of Ayurveda pediatrics. Ayurveda is the future.
We are the masters of Ayurveda toxicology. Ayurveda is the future.
We are the masters of Ayurveda community medicine. Ayurveda is the future.
We are the masters of Ayurveda internal medicine. Ayurveda is the future.
We are masters of Ayurvedic surgery. Ayurveda is future.
We are the masters of Ayurvedic ophthalmology, ENT and dentistry. Ayurveda is the future.
We are the masters of the Panchakarma. Ayurveda is the future.
Keli Ayurveda Hospital has its rich heritage of serving the needy from local to global areas for more than 90 years. Hospital has premises with the state-of-art standards and is reputatively an NABH accredited hospital. The spacious interiors of the hospital are well equipped with the traditional and modern equipments. Patients visiting the hospital have a high satisfaction rate under the care of experienced Vaidyas, nursing and other support staff. Hospital has over 20 specialty and super specialty OPDs, has wards for all economy status with equal care, has potential treatments for neurological, cardiac, cancer, infertility, developmental problems, respiratory problems, skin disease, lifestyle and lipid disorders in addition to routine OPD of all specialties from pediatrics to geriatrics, including surgical, gynecological and obstetrical care. Keli Ayurveda has a commanding central research facility wing with all modern research facilities. The staff involved in CRF are highly trained and are potentially contributing to analysis, research and publication. As a result, CRF has 16 completed and ongoing government-sponsored research projects. 22 private pharmacy-sponsored research works. More than 56 in-house research projects. More than 480 standard publications. More than 33 animal experiments. More than 880 analytical books of herbal, mineral and herbo-mineral products.
We are expertise of Ayurveda research. Ayurveda is the future.
Ayurveda is the native science that India can export to the world. Considering the past, present, and future, we called our institution to the international standards and to teach Ayurveda and to serve the humanity on the lines of tradition, technology, and innovation. We prepare our students on the global standards. KLE Ayurveda is a vibrant campus with international standards, having enriched with women values and ethical values. The students aspiring career in global standards must opt KLE Ayurveda for education in Ayurveda.
I am an Ayurveda fertility specialist.
I am an Ayurveda diabetologist.
I am Ayurveda skin and beauty consultant.
I am an Ayurveda endocrinologist.
I am Ayurveda cardiologist. I am a Ayurveda psychiatrist.
I am an Ayurveda oncologist. I am an Ayurveda dermatologist.
I am Ayurveda consultant for lipid disorders and obesity. Ayurveda is the future.
MHRD, Swachh Bharat, NIRF and many more feathers in its crown. KLE Ayurveda has more than 65% of greenery and listed as a clean and a green campus. The campus of KLE Ayurveda is spread over 11 acres of land and an exclusive herbal garden over 32 acres of land. The library, with all modern amenities of management system, has a vast collection of books, e-books, journals, etc., accounting to over 35,000. The 24 hours reading room and a spacious study area in the library makes the library user-friendly to the students. The library, in addition to the available books, is also Wi-Fi enabled for easy internet access for a hassle-free flow of study materials. Institute has 14 departments for undergraduate and postgraduate teaching and training, with renowned, experienced, and also young and dynamic team of facilitators.
We are masters of Ayurveda literature. Ayurveda is the future.
We are the masters of Ayurvedic pharmaceutics. Ayurveda is the future.
Ayurveda drug manufacturers. Ayurveda is the future.
We are masters in Ayurveda pharmacology and pharmacognosy. Ayurveda is the next future.
We are the masters of Ayurveda diagnostics. Ayurveda is the future. We are the masters of Ayurveda obstetrics and gynecology. Ayurveda is the future.
We are masters of Ayurveda pediatrics. Ayurveda is the future.
We are the masters of Ayurveda toxicology. Ayurveda is the future.
We are the masters of Ayurveda community medicine. Ayurveda is the future.
We are the masters of Ayurveda internal medicine. Ayurveda is the future.
We are masters of Ayurvedic surgery. Ayurveda is future.
We are the masters of Ayurvedic ophthalmology, ENT and dentistry. Ayurveda is the future.
We are the masters of the Panchakarma. Ayurveda is the future.
Keli Ayurveda Hospital has its rich heritage of serving the needy from local to global areas for more than 90 years. Hospital has premises with state-of-art standards and is reputatively an NABH accredited hospital. The spacious interiors of the hospital are well equipped with the traditional and modern equipments. Patients visiting the hospital have a high satisfaction rate under the care of experienced Vaidyas, nursing and other support staff. Hospital has over 20 specialty and super specialty OPDs, has wards for all economy status with equal care, has potential treatments for neurological, cardiac, cancer, infertility, developmental problems, respiratory problems, skin disease, lifestyle and lipid disorders in addition to routine OPD of all specialties from pediatrics to geriatrics, including surgical, gynecological and obstetrical care. Keli Ayurveda has a commanding central research facility wing with all modern research facilities. The staff involved in CRF are highly trained and are potentially contributing to analysis, research and publication. As a result, CRF has 16 completed and ongoing government-sponsored research projects. 22 private pharmacy-sponsored research works. More than 56 in-house research projects. More than 480 standard publications. More than 33 animal experiments. More than 880 analytical books of herbal, mineral and herbo-mineral products.
We are expertise of Ayurveda research. Ayurveda is the future.
Ayurveda is the native science that India can export to the world. Considering the past, present and future, we called our institution to the international standards and to teach Ayurveda and to serve the humanity on the lines of tradition, technology and innovation. We prepare our students on the global standards. KLE Ayurveda is a vibrant campus with international standards having enriched with human values and ethical values. The students aspiring career in global standards must opt KLE Ayurveda for education in Ayurveda.
I am an Ayurveda fertility specialist.
I am an Ayurveda diabetologist.
I am Ayurveda skin and beauty consultant.
I am an Ayurveda endocrinologist.
I am Ayurveda cardiologist.
I am a Ayurveda psychiatrist.
I am an Ayurveda oncologist.
I am an Ayurveda dermatologist.
I am Ayurveda consultant for lipid disorders and obesity.
Ayurveda is the future.
accounting to over 35,000. The 24 hours reading room and a spacious study area. Ayurveda, is one of the world's oldest Indian holistic healing systems, has a global demand and acceptance as a major health and wellness provider. It is a perfect blend of solution to the modern day health challenges. The best of Ayurveda is nurtured in the ambits of Keli Academy of Higher Education and Research. The pious commitment of inculcating tradition, technology, and innovation is deep-rooted in the world's best abode of Ayurveda, Keli's Shri Basapanna Mallapanna Kankanwadi Ayurveda Mahavidyalaya, Shahpur, Belgavi, Karnataka, aptly known as Keli Ayurworld, the first institute in India to have a constant crown of NAC and NABH accreditation. With all its academic, research, moral and social responsibilities, Keli Ayurworld is marching its journey towards its centenary celebrations. Keli Ayurworld is a proud and remarkable wing of Keli Academy of Higher Education and Research, a deemed to be university of global standards with a consistent NAC A grade. Also has its ranking in MHRD, Swachh Bharat, NIRF and many more feathers in its crown. Keli Ayurworld has more than 65% of greenery and listed as a clean and a green campus. The campus of Keli Ayurworld is spread over 11 acres of land and an exclusive herbal garden over 32 acres of land. The library, with all modern amenities of management system, has a vast collection of books, e-books, journals, etc., accounting to over 35,000. The 24 hours reading room and a spacious study area in the library makes the library user-friendly to the students. The library, in addition to the available books, is also Wi-Fi enabled for easy internet access for a hassle-free flow of study materials. Institute has 14 departments for undergraduate and postgraduate teaching and training, with renowned, experienced, and also young and dynamic team of facilitators.
We are masters of Ayurveda literature. Ayurveda is the future.
We are the masters of Ayurvedic pharmaceutics. Ayurveda is the future.
We are Ayurveda drug manufacturers. Ayurveda is the future.
We are masters in Ayurveda pharmacology and pharmacognosy. Ayurveda is the next future.
We are the masters of Ayurveda diagnostics. Ayurveda is the future.
We are the masters of Ayurveda obstetrics and gynecology. Ayurveda is the future.
masters of Ayurveda pediatrics. Ayurveda is the future.
We are the masters of Ayurveda toxicology. Ayurveda is the future.
We are the masters of Ayurveda community medicine. Ayurveda is the future.
We are the masters of Ayurveda internal medicine. Ayurveda is the future.
We are masters of Ayurvedic surgery. Ayurveda is future.
We are the masters of Ayurvedic ophthalmology, ENT and dentistry. Ayurveda is the future.
We are the masters of the Panchakarma. Ayurveda is the future.
Keli Ayurveda Hospital has its rich heritage of serving the needy from local to global areas for more than 90 years. Hospital has premises with state-of-art standards and is reputatively an NABH accredited hospital. The spacious interiors of the hospital are well equipped with the traditional and modern equipments. Patients visiting the hospital have a high satisfaction rate under the care of experienced Vaidyas, nursing and other support staff. Hospital has over 20 specialty and super specialty OPDs, has wards for all economy status with equal care, has potential treatments for neurological, cardiac, cancer, infertility, developmental problems, respiratory problems, skin disease, lifestyle and lipid disorders in addition to routine OPD of all specialties from pediatrics to geriatrics, including surgical, gynecological and obstetrical care. Keli Ayurveda has a commanding central research facility wing with all modern research facilities. The staff involved in CRF are highly trained and are potentially contributing to analysis, research and publication. As a result, CRF has 16 completed and ongoing government-sponsored research projects, 22 private pharmacy-sponsored research works, more than 56 in-house research projects, more than 480 standard publications, more than 33 animal experiments, more than 880 analytical works of herbal, mineral and herbo-mineral products.
We are expertise of Ayurveda research. Ayurveda is the future.
Operations in a totally controlled environment. State-of-the-art automated machines conforming to CGMP standards. Stringent in-process controls are established for perfect monitoring of activities at every stage of production and storage. The workers and executives enter and exit through separate primary change rooms designated to them. They wash their feet and hands, change into factory linen and footwear, and use a hand sanitizer before entering the main corridor. Quality assurance begins at the raw materials receiving bay itself. There are separate entry sections for incoming raw materials and packaging materials. The materials received are taken to the dedusting area. Only cleaned materials are allowed entry in the quarantine area. The Quality Control Department then draws samples for testing as per an established sampling plan. This is carried out in an exclusively designed sampling room under reverse laminar flow. Materials are then subjected to testing. Post-analysis, approved materials are identified with appropriate labels. Materials, if rejected, are placed in a caged rejection area. Empty capsules as well as dry extracts are stored in a temperature and humidity controlled area. Similarly, printed packaging materials such as foils and printed labels are stored separately. As per the master formula record, all raw materials are strictly dispensed in a dispensing room specially designed with reverse laminar flow and incorporating secondary change for personnel. Batch-wise segregation of dispensing trolleys ensures strict control over dispensed material scheduled for production. In the liquid manufacturing section, a vacuum system is installed for efficient transfer of sugar and extracts, thereby totally eliminating human touch. An electrical heating system has been specially devised to facilitate easy transfer of liquid glucose under controlled temperature. Furthermore, the liquid glucose transfer line has a tracer heating system for maintaining online temperature during transfer. The personnel undergo a secondary linen change before entering the production area. An array of state-of-the-art stainless steel manufacturing and storage vessels are installed across 2 levels of the building. The production floor has facilities for online product entry to the vessels without manual handling. Epoxy flooring and coving prevents any possibility of particulate contamination. At the first floor, a separate 1,000-liter capacity tank is installed for preparation of preservatives and other additive solutions. Finished products are stored in the storage vessel till the bulk is released for packing. The finished products are subjected to detailed quality testing. After the completion of every batch, the vessels undergo thorough cleaning as per validated cleaning procedures. The cleaning is followed by residual testing and quality checks. The batch manufacturing record, or BMR, is elaborately compiled for each and every batch of production for future reference. Liquid Orals is well equipped with fully automatic liquid washing, filling, and sealing line. Automated systems facilitate sequential operations such as bottle washing, product filling, capping, sticker labeling, inkjet coding, BOPP dispensing, as well as digital weight checking with online printing. Enter the capsule manufacturing section. Personnel enter through a secondary change room. Materials are brought through a separate.
We request all the students to please maintain the silence. All the students who are outside the auditorium are requested to come inside as the program will be beginning shortly.
Lifter and mover transfers the processed materials through IPC to the next stage, thus eliminating human handling. A fully automatic capsule filling machine produces capsules with high precision and quality. The manufacturing equipments are provided with CIP facility. Additionally, a separate wash area is provided for cleaning of vessels and portable IPC containers. After washing, the equipments are moved to the clean equipments area. The blister packing line has built-in quality checks as well as manual and machine checks to ensure both quality and quantity of every pack. In-process quality control ensures adherence to total quality for both the process as well as the product. The products are packed into cartons, labeled, and moved to the finished goods area. A full-fledged QC laboratory with expert analysts conducts chemical, microbiological, and instrument.
I request all to please keep your mobile phones in silent mode. And I request all the students and delegates to please maintain the silence, as we will be shortly having all the dignitaries on the dais. Good afternoon, everyone. I request Dr. Suhas Kumar Shetty, sir, Principal, Kaylee Ayurworld, to escort all the dignitaries on the dais. I request Dr. Pradeep Grampurohit sir and Dr. Rashekar sir, coordinator of WAC Satellite Conference, to request all the dignitaries on the dais. A warm welcome to one and all. World Ayurveda Congress is a global platform initiated in the year 2002 to create greater awareness and opportunities in practice, science, and trade of Ayurveda. It aims at strengthening the Ayurveda sector through networking and encouraging in intellectual exchanges in advanced and relevant fields. At this ninth edition, it has come up with the focal theme of Ayurveda for One Health. Dignitaries and distinguished delegates, a warm good afternoon to one and all. Myself, Dr. Deepthi Bagewadi, Associate Professor, Department of Panchakarma.
And myself, Dr. Swarda Upin, Assistant Professor, Department of Kai Chikitsa, Rasayan Evam Vajikaran, Kahir Shri B.M. Kankanwadi Ayurved Mahavidyalaya. We welcome you all to this satellite seminar on metabolic disorders and Ayurveda. The satellite seminars are the associated events of 9th World Ayurveda Congress, organized in association with Ministry of Ayush, World Ayurveda Foundation, National Ayurveda Students and Youth Association, and Kahir's Shri B.M. Kankanwadi Ayurved Mahavidyalaya, Belgavi. 20 satellite seminars are organized across the country over a span of 3 months, covering a wide range of topics. KLE Ayurworld is here to host the biggest satellite event and happens to be one of the 2 colleges to propagate WAC on a larger platform.
In health lies happiness, and together one can achieve success. So to uphold good health and prosperous life, we would like to welcome the guests and dignitaries with a flower and a health kit sponsored by KLE Ayurveda Pharmacy. May I now request our principal, Dr. Suhas Kumar Shetty, to welcome our chief guest, Padma Shri Dr. Madan Madhav Godbole.
We request our principal, Dr. Suhas Kumar Shetty, to welcome Dr. Subarna Roy, Director, ICMR.
We also request Sir to welcome our eminent speaker, Dr. M. Gopi Krishna. We request Sir to also welcome Dr. Pramod Katti, Sir. We request Dr. Ashwini Patil, Associate Professor of SBG College, Department of Panchakarma, to welcome Dr. Mala Kapadia, ma'am. We call upon Dr. Kiran Mutnali, Principal, KLE Society's Ayurveda College, Chikodi, to welcome Mr. Abga Ravindra Anand Babu. We request Dr. Rajshekhar, Reader, Department of Panchakarma, Coordinator of WAC Satellite Seminar, to welcome Dr. Preeti Chabra.
We call upon Dr. Pradeep Grampurohit, Professor and Head, Department of Panchakarma and WAC Satellite Seminar Coordinator, to welcome Dr. Suhas Kumar Shetty. We also request Sir to welcome Dr. Suraj Kumbar. We now call upon Dr. Kavita, Assistant Professor, Department of Panchakarma, to welcome Dr. Pradeep Grampurohit and Dr. Rajshekhar Sanpit.
We identify the presence of our respected guests of the dais too. and we take the opportunity to welcome them and their institutions. We request Dr. Kiran Mutnali, Principal, Keli Society's Ayurveda College, to come upon the dais to take over the token. I request Dr. Pradeep Grampurohit sir to give the token. I also request Dr. Adivesh Arkeri, Vice Principal of SBG Ayurveda College, to come upon the dais. I request Dr. Akshay Shetty, Assistant Professor, Department of Panchakarma, Inchal College, to come over the dais to take the token of love. I request Dr. Shuraj Kumbar to do the fellow.
Thank you, everyone. A prayer for good health speaks of promises that heal and restore well-being. May I request you all to join in with Dr. Pooja and Dr. Bhumika in invoking the blessings of the Almighty.
I kindly request everyone to rise for the invocation.
आदिदेवं सुरासुरै वन्दितपादपद्मम् लोके जरा भयमृत्यु नाशनम् धातारमीशं विविधौषधीना शङ्खं चक्रं जलौकां दधदमृतघटं चारुदोर्भिश्चतुर्भिः सूक्ष्मस्वच्छातिहृद्यां शुक परिविलसन् मौलिमं भोजनेत्रं कालाम्बोदोज्ज्वलाङ्ग कटितटविलसच्चारु पीताम्बराढ्यं वन्दे धन्वन्तरिं तं निखिलगदवन प्रौढदावाग्निनीलं प्रौढदावाग्निनीलं प्रौढदावाग्निनीलम्.
Thank you, Dr. Pooja and Bhumika. World Ayurveda Congress is an event that orients students, facilitates interaction between professionals and consumers, and much more. May I now request our enthusiastic principal sir of KLE Ayurworld, Dr. Suhas Kumar Shetty, to welcome the gathering and deliver the keynote.
A very good afternoon to all of you. Most respected dignitaries on the dais, dear colleagues and students. It's indeed a great pleasure and honor to Sri B.M. Kankanwadi Ayurveda Mahavidyalaya, Belgavi, for hosting this satellite seminar on behalf of the World Ayurveda Foundation and Nasya organization as a pre-WAC seminar as we move towards the grand event of the 9th World Global Ayurveda Summit to be held in Goa from 8th to 11th of December this year. On behalf of the entire KLE family, the KLE Society, and the institution, I take this privilege to welcome each one of you for this seminar. At the outset, let me take this privilege to heartily welcome Professor Madan Bohan Godbole, the distinct professor and the research advisor of KLE Academy of Higher Education, a Padma Shri awardee. I think though all who know about the different basic food and nutrition, he was the one who has been instrumental in inventing the iodine salt. So based on that work, he was awarded the Padma Shri in 2017. So on behalf of the institution, I welcome you, sir. I also take this opportunity to welcome the two speakers of today's seminar, Dr. Gopi Krishna M, the Professor and Head Department of Rasashastra from Government College, Koppal. A warm welcome to you, sir. We also would like to be joined by Dr. Pramod Katti, Professor, Department of Kaya Chikitsa at Ayurveda Mahavidyalaya, Hubli. A warm welcome to you, sir. We're very fortunate to have our ICMR director. As you all know that ICMR, an exclusive institution for the National Institute of Traditional Medicine based in Belgavi. And we're very happy to have Dr. Roy with us. A warm welcome to you, sir. We also are very happy to have with us Professor Mala Kapadia, the director of the Center of Wellness and Wellbeing, and the professor of Rastram School of Public Leadership, Sonipat, the Rishi Hood University, which is based in Haryana. We are very happy to initiate the MOU between our institution and the Rishi Hood University today. And as you know that our institution has been doing a lot of work in hard skills, training students in basic education. They conduct different courses on soft skills like education, culture, entrepreneurship, leadership, etc. And it will be a great opportunity for our university to have joint hands with Rishi Hood University and conducting various research activities. At the same time, we are conducting an exclusive project on developing a scale called as happiness scale, which will be based on the concepts of Ayurveda. And this is the initiation of this institution in association with Rishi Hood University. And on behalf of the institution, I wholeheartedly welcome Professor Kapadia for this institution. Thank you. This platform was created by World Ayurveda Congress and Vignan Bharati and NASIA organization. And we thank the entire team of WAC and NASIA for giving us opportunity to host this institution, this satellite seminar on behalf of the pre-WAC organization. So we have with us Dr. Preeti Chabra, who is the patron of NASIA, who has come all the way from Delhi to be a part of this particular event. On behalf of the KLE family, we wholeheartedly welcome you, madam. We're very happy to be joined by Dr. Abga, who is the organizing secretary of Vignan Bharati and who is the organizing secretary of the World Ayurveda Congress. A warm welcome to you, sir. This event was possible with the hard work and coordination of the coordinators. On behalf of the institution, I take this opportunity to thank and acknowledge the efforts that is taken by Professor Gram Purohit, Dr. Rajshekar Sanpet, and the NASIA coordinator of the Karnataka state, Dr. Suraj Kumbar. On behalf of the institution, I welcome all of them for this August gathering. We are very happy to have the representation from different institutions. So I thank all the principals, the staff, and the students from the different organizations who have joined us from different parts. I'm sure this particular event will be a curtain raiser for the big event that will happen in Goa in the month of December. So as you all know, we were just thinking of the possible theme that could be most suitable for this particular conference. And we thought, I think when it comes to Ayurveda, nothing can be beyond metabolism. With this intention, we had fixed this, that we should have a workshop or a seminar on metabolic disorders in Ayurveda. And when we thought of the speakers, we thought that we should have the different dimensions of the practitioners who are experts in these areas. So we have selected 3 speakers for this particular event, one from Kastaushadi, one from Rasaushadi, and one from Adravibhuta Chikitsa. So with this intention, we'll be focusing on these 3 dimensions of approach towards metabolic disorders. We have with us Professor Pramod Katti, who will be talking about his experience of approach towards metabolic disorders. Dr. Gopi Krishna will be talking about the aspects of the evidence-based practice of Rasaushadi in metabolic disorders. And myself, basically a hardcore practitioner in Manas Roga, I'll be talking about the role of stress in the management of metabolic disorders. So once again, on behalf of the entire Kaylee family, I take this opportunity to welcome each one of you. I'm sure this will be a great learning feast for all of us. Once again, a warm welcome to you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Many seek illumination by lighting up a lamp, light to guide our feet towards the right path. May I request all the dignitaries to come forward and mark this occasion by lamp lighting.
Thank you, everyone. Right knowledge and appropriate wisdom are most appreciated in receiving and bestowing progress in education and health. Kaylee Our World has once again come forward to collaborate in the areas of health, education, and research. We are honored to announce the MOU between Kahir Shri B.M. Kankanwadi Ayurveda Mahavidyalaya and Center for Well-being and Wellness, Rashram School of Public Leadership, Rishihud University, Sonipat, Haryana. We request Dr. Mala Kapadia, Director, Rashram School of Public Leadership, Rishihud University, Dr. Suhas Kumar Shetty, Principal and Medical Director, Dr. Giridhar Vedantam, Chief Coordinator CRF, and Dr. Savita Angdi, Chief Coordinator MRC, Kahir Shri B.M. Kankanwadi Ayurveda Mahavidyalaya, and the dignitaries to join for the MOU event.
The Center for Well-being and Wellness at Rashram School of Public Leadership of Rishihud University is dedicated to understanding and applying Indian knowledge systems along with insights from yoga and Ayurveda to help solve issues confronting India and the world. The MOU is for a task involving the hardships and soft skills in the In the scale development based on the Hita and Sukhayu framework as a part of the Hita and Sukhayu project of All India Council for Technical Education, Indian Knowledge Systems, Ministry of Education, New Delhi.
Thank you, everyone. We appreciate the presence of Dr. Kapadia with us today. As ma'am is supposed to leave, we take this opportunity to express our gratitude and we request Dr. Suhas Kumar Shetty sir to present a memento. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
World Ayurveda Congress is an event organized by World Ayurveda Foundation in association with National Ayurveda Students and Youth Association, NASYA. May we call upon Dr. Suraj Kumbar, Assistant Professor, Department of Panchakarma, Keli Society's College of Ayurveda, Chikkodi, and the Karnataka State Coordinator for WAC to brief about NASYA.
Om Dhanvantaraya Nama. Good afternoon, everyone present here. On the behalf of the National Ayurveda Students Youth Association, it is an initiative of Vijnana Bharati. We are presenting brief introduction regarding what is the NASYA. So NASYA, it's the Vijnana Bharati initiative of Ayurveda working for upgradation and mainstreaming of Ayurveda at the grassroots level since its inception of in 2008 from the WAC event which is held in NIA Jaipur. So today NASYA stands tall with its activities in 22 states of all India and 5,000 registered lifetime members. In addition to continue the activities which are targeting upliftment of Ayurveda among the scholars, academicians, and practitioners. So NASYA preferentially challenges the blooming of energy of its young brigade to serve and contributing developing of a disease-free nation, ultimately aiming to reduce the medical burden of the country. So NASYA become the instrumental in creating the awareness, including the interest and installing the confidence among the fraternity of Ayurveda with its tireless efforts and out-of-box ideas among the practitioners, among the students and academicians. So we are conducting many of the projects with the different institutions, and we are organizing CMEs, conferences with the coordination with famous universities like NIA Jaipur, All India Institute of Ayurveda, Patanjali, and recently this WAC we are organizing with KL's Kair BMK Ankanwadi Ayurveda Mahavidyalaya. Like these conferences, we are initiating the conferences like World Ayurveda Congress, which will enhance our skills because we are here motivating in NASYA because NASYA only says National Ayurveda Students and Youth Association because youth is needed to uplift the Ayurveda. If youth is lift the Ayurveda in upgradation, then Ayurveda will flow in every country. So aim and vision of the NASYA is to propagate the Ayurveda from rural to worldwide level. So Vijnana Bharati is the mother organization of NASYA. Vijnana Bharati, previously known as the Swadeshi Science Movements, it's a non-profit organization of India that works for the popularization of the science in a nationalist manner. So its main aim is to regenerate the Swadeshi movement and this age of a science and a technology for the purpose of national reconstitution. And the World Ayurveda Foundation, we are well known with the World Ayurveda Foundation, which is mainly organizing the World Ayurveda Congress. And World Ayurveda is mainly formed with the stockholders and Ayurveda fraternity to collaborate, share, propagate Ayurveda around the global, and researchers, scholars, practitioners, and cultivators, consumers, industrial, and government. As a part of World Ayurveda Foundation, we are initiating so many programs which will enhance our skills. So in our mainly NASYA conducted so many academic activities like National Seminar on a Sports Medicine in August 2017 in Tamil Nadu, and conducted training on a Prakriti assessment software on the occasion of Ayurveda Day 2020, Charaka Chintana February 2007 at New Delhi, and Ayurveda Entrepreneurship September 2020 at Bhopal, and sports, we are initiated with some of the sports event also. So like Ayur Marathon on the occasion of National Ayurveda Day 2016 at a Bhopal, and Run for a Ayurveda on the occasion of National Ayurveda Day 2021 at Lucknow, and RAKM, Rashtriya Ayurveda Krida Mahotsava. It's a one kind of an initiative from our NASYA. It's a first one which is successfully organized in Bhopal. And some of the cultural events like Poshanam on the occasion of National Ayurveda Day 2021 at New Delhi, video making competitions on displaying the video bagging in the year 2020, and Rashtriya Ayurveda Yuva Mahotsava 2017 at Jaipur. So we are having one of the Guinness World Record that is on a Nasya Karma, because our organization is, the name is short form, it called as Nasya. It is one of the Panchakarma. So we are planned to record the Guinness record on the event of Rashtriya Ayurveda Yuva Mahotsava, which is held in NIA Jaipur. We are having a largest number of Nasya. We are given the participants the Nasya, and we recorded the Guinness record for this event. So in the pandemic days, we have organized the Ayush Kamiya online software, which is the free of cost. We're having 1,500 registered Vaidyas across the India, and we're having a free COVID-19 teleconsultation and consult from the consultant from apart from country, and they will consulting from a home itself. It's a pan-India presence of so many of our doctors. And I would like to thank the KLE, Kahir BMK, Kankanwadi staff. They are also be part of this Ayush Kamiya project. Thank you for KLE staff being the Ayush Kamiya project. So we are having a presence in 22 states across the country. So we are having 22 units, 5,000 plus members, and 450 colleges. One voice is Ayurveda. So our one voice is Ayurveda. We have to motivate the Ayurveda. So lastly, I want to say from my heart, join NASYA. Learn with NASYA, grow with NASYA. Thank you, one and all, and be a member of NASYA, and please cooperate to enhance the Ayurveda. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, Dr. Suraj. To brief us on WAC and Charaka Pharmacy, we have with us Dr. Preeti Chabra, who is the National Executive Member for WAC. Dr. Chabra is an excellent Ayurvedic consultant having 30 years of clinical experience and is a pioneer in starting Suvarna Prashana at Delhi. She is a patron NASYA, distinguished member of All India Ayurveda Congress and more. She has been honored the title of Pranacharya by All India Ayurveda Congress, received Outstanding Ayurveda Professional of the Year Award 2017, and the torchbearer of Ayurveda, and a few of her many more achievements. Dr. Chabra's health and wellness column feature regularly in the leading magazines and show on different channels on Panchakarma, Ayurvedic lifestyle, and management of various diseases. She is a healthcare provider par excellence with the compassionate attitude to serve the ailing humanity. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much for a very elaborate introduction. First of all, I would like to greet you all the stalwarts here on the dais. Pranamas to all of you. And the bubbling energy I can see in the hall. And I would like you to, help me channelize this energy because the age and phase and stage of life in which you are, you can definitely contribute to take Ayurveda to the next level. And we are all here to stand by you, to support you, to guide you, whatever little we know. And today I would like to, project what is World Ayurveda Congress all about. For you all, this is going to be a lifetime opportunity as a student to be a part of this mega event, which I always call is a Kumbh of Ayurveda. This is a place, this is an opportunity where you can, bathe in the, not showers of knowledge. You'll find time less, and there is so much to learn, so much to go through, so much to experience. And once you attend this event, I think you would never miss it ever again. This event happens once in every 2 years, but this time because of COVID, we missed the last event and we are organizing it after 4 years. So what is World Ayurveda Congress? Any one of you have attended this conference ever before? None of you. So I think each one of you should be a part of this. This is going to be a fun and learn program for all of you. First of all, let me introduce what is World Ayurveda Congress. It is a global platform which was initiated in the year 2002 for all the stakeholders for networking and engaging in intellectual exchange to strengthen the Ayurveda sector, reaffirm their sense of purpose and envision the future. WAC showcases advances in the relevant fields, orients students, and facilitates interaction between professionals and consumers, thus boosting the Ayurveda commerce. The main aim is to strengthen the basic ground level Ayurveda ecosystem. And we all must contribute to this. And as our Honorable Prime Minister has mentioned time and again that all our efforts are to tap the real professional of Ayurveda, other Ayush systems in imparting preventive, promotive, holistic healthcare to the people. This was his statement in the valedictory function of WAC, which was held at New Delhi. And recently, he announced in Gujarat, Ahmedabad, that this is the Amrit Kal of next 25 years. This will prove to be a golden period of the traditional medicine. I think with this vision, with this aim, we should all contribute our little bit to strengthen our own traditional heritage system of Indian medicine. And as we all are a part of it, we have, surrendered and we have given our heart and soul and so many years of our lives to Ayurveda. We are there to serve Ayurveda and we should, continue doing so with all our energy. A quick glance at the previous WACs. The first WAC was held at Kochi, Kerala in November 2002. Now it's almost been 20 years. It was inaugurated by the Honorable Minister for Health and Family Welfare, Sri Shatrughan Sinha. And the organizers were Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India and Vijnana Bharati, the theme being Ayurveda and World Health. The total number of delegates in this WAC were 1,800 and the total number of foreign delegates were 168. Approximately 22 countries participated and the Arogya Expo were visited by 2 lakh people. The second Congress was held at Pune, Maharashtra in 2006 and was inaugurated by the Honorable Minister of Health and Family Welfare, Shri Ambumani Ramados. It was again organized by University of Pune, Vijnana Bharati Ayush Department. There long back, we didn't have any Ayush ministry. Ministry of Health and Family Welfare had a small department, Ayush department, and everything went under it. The theme was globalization of Ayurveda. It was attended by 3,500 delegates with 220 foreign delegates and 30 countries participated in the second Congress. We had 5 lakh footfalls. The third Ayurveda Congress, when Nasya was conceptuated, Dr. Suraj talked to you about Nasya. It was during this third Ayurveda Congress that Nasya was born. And with its vision, we are taking this forward. Nasya has been very closely associated with the mother organization Vigyan Bharati and World Ayurveda Foundation. This was held at Jaipur, Rajasthan. The organizers were National Institute of Ayurveda, Vigyan Bharati, and Ayush Department. The theme was mainstreaming Ayurveda. Here also we had blooming 2,800 delegates with two foreign delegates, and the visitors to the Arogya Expo were approximately 2 lakhs. The fourth one was held at Bengaluru, Karnataka in December 2010. It was inaugurated by the CM of Karnataka, Shri B. Jedurappa and Shri Ravi Shankarji. The government of Karnataka was the chief organizer along with Vigyana Bharati and Ayush department, the theme being Ayurveda for all. So it's a global vision which takes this forward, and we gear up to the next WAC and we look forward to the next WAC every second year. This is the little glimpse of the fourth World Ayurveda Congress. You can see the magnitude, how people are, very much eager to attend this. The fifth one was held at Madhya Pradesh, Bhopal. And here it was, the theme was enriching public health through Ayurveda. There was a representation of 85 foreign delegates from 21 countries, and the total number of delegates was 2521, and 3 lakh visitors were there at the Arogya Expo. This was inaugurated by, the sixth WAC was inaugurated by Honorable Speaker Lok Sabha, Srimati Sumitra Mahajanji. It was held at Pragati Maidan, New Delhi. It was during this Congress, at the valedictory function, that the Honorable Prime Minister announced Ministry of Ayush. The theme was Health Challenges in Ayurveda. It has 3453 delegates from 33 countries, representations, and Arogya Expo having a footfall of 3 lakh people. The seventh one was held at Science City, Kolkata in 2016. It was organized by Ministry of Ayush, Government of India, and World Ayurveda Foundation with the theme of strengthening the Ayurveda ecosystem. Again, we had 24204 delegates and 199 delegates, foreign delegates, with a representation from 18 countries and 2 lakh footfalls at the Arogya Expo. The eighth one was organized at Ahmedabad with the theme of realigning the focus on health. Organizers were Ministry of Ayush, Government of India, and World Ayurveda Foundation. Here we had a good number of delegates, around 4,200 of them, with the participation of 32 countries and total number of foreign delegates being 226. Now we are looking forward to the ninth one. The grandeur is going to happen at none other than Goa. It's very near to your place, I think nearest to Karnataka. And I urge, request, and suggest all of you that all of you in one way or the other should be a part of this Congress. This would be a great fun and learn experience for you. And I am coming forward what all we are looking forward to. This is the proposed venue. Proposed means finalized venue. It's at Kala Academy, Panjim, Goa. And what is the focal theme? It is Ayurveda for One Health. The concept of One Health is a collaborative, interdisciplinary, and cross-sectorial approach to the local, regional, national, and global levels with the goal of achieving optimal health outcomes like disease prevention, surveillance, monitoring, control, and mitigation, as well as environmental conservation broadly. Now, with the COVID times just gone by, and the clouds are not yet, the dark clouds are yet on our heads, this is a very important theme that we should aim and we should focus on Ayurveda for One Health. It is a sustainable approach towards achieving the goal of health for all because of its time-tested tradition knowledge and non-servable link with nature and lifestyle. Ayurveda system of healthcare has the capacity to deliver quality, that is, promotive, preventive, rehabilitative, and social community healthcare. The new philosophy of healthcare is now moving from illness to wellness. We all know this, and we have been a part of COVID times. That is also once in a lifetime, or maybe once in two generations experience. We have to focus on prevention and early diagnosis, and from generalized approach to personalized medicine, because this is the only sustainable way. WHO defines One Health as an approach to designing, implementing programs, policies, legislation, and research in which multiple sectors communicate and work together to achieve public health outcomes. The One Health approach is critical to addressing health threats in animals, in humans, and environmental interface. So there are many components of WAC. You can choose as per your interest, as per your aptitude, and as per your attitude. We will be having plenary sessions. We will be having many parallel sessions. We have International Delegate Assembly. Then we have conclaves and seminars, Arogya Fair, and public outreach programs. The proposed plenary sessions would be Ayurveda for One Health, educational reforms in the light of national education policy, pandemic lessons for future Ayurveda research, innovations for expanding horizons for One Health, environmental footprints of Ayurveda procedures, achieving zero emissions, and many invited lectures. The themes for oral presentations are, you can all send your papers, and I would like to add upon here, if your papers are selected and if you are presenting your papers are likely to be published in the international journals, and you'll get a good concession in your registration charges as well. So the themes are, please listen carefully and shortlist one of the themes right away. Pen down your thoughts, pen down out of the box ideas, put on your thinking caps, scratch your heads, and just go in for putting your thoughts into a paper. The themes would be health and environment, facing pandemic with Ayurveda, sky is the limit, applications of immunomodulation and Rasayana in defense, space, sports, and other areas. Had you ever thought of such things ever before? How could Ayurveda be so versatile in different fields? If no, start thinking now and start writing and start putting your thoughts into it. Ayurveda for public health, Ayurveda data science and omnics, Ayurveda biology, integration with Indian traditional sciences, research methods for Ayurveda concepts, technology for Ayurveda, Ayush Ahara, dietetics and food technology for Ayurveda. So if you have been an engineering bent of mind, you can put your that mindset into such concepts which can take Ayurveda to the higher level and help Ayurveda community to grow. Then we have new avenues for Ayurveda pharmaceutics, including development of quality and safety standards for Ayurveda drugs, probing surgical questions, Ayurvedic answers, manuscriptology, terminology, diacritics, and other aspects of literary research. So there's nothing which is left. All of you can be a part and contribute your bit to this noble cause. Ayurveda heals. The success stories, even if finally a student or maybe interns, if you have any success stories, you can pen them out. You can show it to the world what Ayurveda has done. Because each one of us have experienced one or the other miracles of Ayurveda in our daily lives. So just showcase that to the world. This is the right time, this is the right platform, and this is the right way of expressing these out. Then we have Ayur cosmetology, Pashu Ayurveda, commitment, compassion, and care. So these are the unexplored, many themes are unexplored. They need your energy, they need your aptitude, they need your attitude, and they need a new dimension from your brains. So please, please register with WAC and join us. We have many other associated events also. We have seminars on medicinal plant, conclave on veterinary Ayurveda, NCISM Principles Conclave, International Delegate Assembly, International Arogya Fair, Traditional Healers Meet, RAV Guru Shishya Meet, program on Ayurveda Ahar, program on innovation, satellite seminars. This is one of the satellite seminars which you are attending. And then Ayurveda Film Festival. We have 20 satellite seminars which are being organized all across India. And this is going to be the 11th, today is the 11th one, during August and October 22 as a run-up towards the 9th WAC. These seminars are going to cover a wide range of topics, like today's topic is metabolic disorders. And these have been designed to propagate WAC and enhance the delegate registration, for which I am here to call upon. Then we have satellite seminars to be scheduled at South Africa, Australia, Netherlands, Romania, Sri Lanka, Serbia, and Singapore. I hereby call upon papers, and we are expecting around 2,500 abstracts this year, with 250 approximately oral presentations and 400 poster presentations. You can search online www.irword.org and register yourself, plan how you're going to contribute to the Society of Ayurveda, and be a part. Now, expected number of delegates are 4,500 plus, with 450 foreign delegates, and expected number of countries this year are 45 plus. Now, the submission of abstracts has been, the date has been extended to 31st August, which was earlier 15th August. Confirmation of abstracts, acceptance is 30th September. Full paper and PPT submission is by 10th October. Poster submission is again by 10th October. And the Congress is due to be held from 8th and 11th, 8 to 11 December. Please mark the dates. And we have International Arogya Expo, which has been conceptualized to showcase Ayurveda achievements. There will be theme-based home pavilion to maximize participation of Ayush stakeholders. The educational institutes to participate this time along with the industry. We are going to have 300 plus stalls. We are here to invite the state and central government organizations to participate. Ministry of Ayush, QCI and CSIR pavilions would be there. And we want to encourage international representation to the maximum. Ayush Excel Pavilion and Ayurveda Colleges Pavilions are also showcased. We are going to include medicinal plant sector, NMPB Pavilion, to provide Ayush healthcare, and Ayush Arogya clinics are also being set up for free medical checkups. This is a brief layout again. And we have been, associated with so many governments, institutional partners, and associates. And we have many collaborators also. So it's a big event in a big way. We all must, be there from 8 to 11 December. Please go through the website and get us the questions if you want anything to be cleared off, or if you want anything to be explained from our end, we'll be happy to do so. And to announce, if you're NASA members, you get flat 1,000 rupees discount on the registration for WAC. So there and then you can encash your registration. NASA registration is 1,000 rupees. This is a lifetime registration, but you get loads and loads of benefits out of this registration. And you can encash during registration for the very first WAC itself. And if you're not an SM member, and we are offering group discounts also, if you are a group of 20 students, we give flat 500 rupees discount to each of you, if you're not an SM member. So that's all from my end. Thank you so much for your patient hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. At this event, we take the pride to release the brochure of World Ayurveda Congress and request our chief guest, Padma Shri Dr. Madan Madhav Godbole, Dr. Subarna Roy, and all the dignitaries to join for the brochure release.
Thank you, everyone. To grace this occasion, we have a distinguished personality who has contributed deeply in the field of health, education, and medical research. Our chief guest for today, Padma Shri Dr. Madan Madhav Godbole. We would be delighted to honor your presence and request you to occupy the felicitation chair. I call upon Dr. Pradeep Gram Purohit, HOD, Department of Panchakarma and Coordinator for WAC Satellite Seminar to introduce our chief guest, and we request all the dignitaries to join the felicitation.
Good afternoon, one and all present here. I am highly honored, feel privileged to have been given the opportunity to introduce Padma Shri Professor Dr. Madan Madhav Godbole. Sir is born in year 1950. Sir completed MSc from Jivaji University, Gwalior in the year 1971. He was awarded a PhD from All India Institute of Medical Science, New Delhi. He has obtained INSA JSPS Fellowship from Environmental Research Institute, Japan on molecular biology, endocrinology, and also fellowship from Department of Clinical Pharmacology, Ruhr University, Germany. Sir served as a professor in Department of Endocrinology at Sanjay Gandhi Postgraduate Institute of Medical Sciences, Lucknow. Sir contributed towards field and bench research in many aspects of iodine deficiency disorders, and his research field includes brain development, breast cancer, and stroke in relation to iodine thyroid hormone. Sir, his work has resulted in 84 quality publication and many awards, and he holds additional charge of head molecular medicine. He is a fellow National Academy of Medical Science and fellow Indian Academy of Neurosciences. Presently working as a distinguished professor and research advisor at KLE University, Belgaum. Sir has distinct feather in his cap with Padma Shri for his scientific contribution by Government of India in year 2017. बात ये है कि समय कम है, बात ये है कि समय कम है, मगर अच्छी बात ये है कि अभी भी समय है, बात ये है कि अभी भी समय है. With this great vision, Sir is involved in various research very actively and inspiring, motivating us at this age. We thank you, sir, your valuable presence, and take this opportunity to felicitate you, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. May I now invite our guest, Padma Shri Dr. Madan Madhav Godbole, to address the August gathering.
Am I audible? Okay. I feel very embarrassed when you honor me like that. Because when I went to my boss for speaking, head of the department, no, it is not. Is now audible? It reminds me when I went to my head of the department, I said, I want to get married and I need leave. He said, where are you going? I said, I'm going to Nagpur. He said, how many days you require? I said, sir, 5 days, because there was no air travel was allowed those days. He said, what will you do for 5 days? One day going, one day coming, and one day marriage. That is what I got leave for. And I was very steadfastly refused to put all those garlands, etc., because I had choice there. Unfortunately, I don't have choice in such. Now coming back to the topic, when Dr. Shetty asked me to speak, I was little hesitant because metabolism I understand little bit and Ayurveda I don't understand at all. I'm very frank about it. So what I have decided today is to express my manogat, or man ki baat, what you can call it, because that is a phrase which is more popular. I will begin with, at the outset, I wish to extend my heartfelt thanks to World Ayurveda Foundation and NISA for inviting me to this pre-World Ayurveda Congress Satellite Seminar on metabolic disorders and Ayurveda. My connection to metabolic disorders stem from my years I spent in All India Institute of Medical Sciences in the Department of Endocrinology, and thereafter 35 years in heading the Department of Endocrinology at HGPJL, Lucknow. And it is mostly my clinical colleagues who brought cases to me and asked me to examine their biochemical parameters since I was the laboratory head. So that was my kind of a relationship with the metabolism. My connection with Ayurveda, however, has been very limited, except taking some medicines, some kadas, which my mother or wife gives me occasionally. And last one was the Guduchi, which I took almost for 1.5 years, because the fear is the key, as they say. Because the fear of the COVID, I used to religiously take it. But when I looked at the Ayurvedas or Vedas, one thing which struck me, that they are apaurushaya. All the Vedas are apaurushaya, meaning nobody knows who has written those. There is no claim of authorship in the yoga, Vedas. And that is mostly true for Ayurveda. That tells us about our forefathers, that they never hankered after the publicity as authors. We write small paragraph and we write our name behind that, so that those were not the days. And who wrote those Vedas? It is our Rishis and Munis. Rishis were the farmers who tilted the land, and while seeing the nature, they made the ruchas. And those ruchas constitute the part of the Vedas. It is the praise of the nature, mostly. Because nature, because not having proper housing, lighting, man was very scared of the nature. So he used to think that the natural forces somehow shaped his life. So the praise of the nature in the form of these nature gods, what we call earth, air, vayu, water, or Panchamahabhutas, that is what the Vedas are all around. Same thing goes to the Ayurvedas, except for the Charak and Sushrut. I do not know many of the old writers who has claimed authorship of those Vedas. So this is the one thing which strikes. And probably all throughout Indian mind, this has been the very characteristic. Tomorrow you go and ask who built up Ajanta or Ellora, you will not find a name. And this is mostly true of all our temples, all our monuments. There is no author. So it is a collective wisdom. When there is no author, it is a collective wisdom of the people, our forefathers. And it is very astonishingly, I was asking myself a question, how did our forefathers 1500 years before the Christ was born, understood so much about the physiology, understood so much about the Panchamahabhutas guiding and combining into the three doshas. And those three doshas, whether kapha, pitta or vat, making our prakriti. And that prakriti is essentially genetics one, which comes essentially from the motherhood when the child is in utero. And when the environment is essentially a placental one, fetus grows out, takes birth, and then thereafter all his activities are governed by the intake of the food and all that. And all this, when we talk of the three doshas, I also understand that while we talk about the kapha, pitta and vat, these prakritis are not, when we say somebody is of kapha prakriti, means we say this prakriti this particular dosha dominates his prakriti. That is what my understanding. I hope I'm correct to that extent. And if I'm not, you have to bear with me. Then what happened? Where did we vanish in between? Till the Mughals came and till the 14th century or till the 17th century, fortunately Mughals and the invaders which came from northwest did not tinker much about our Vedas or our traditions. They tried to settle down here. Unlike few of them like Taimur and Genghis Khan, who returned back. But most of them found the nature very conducive, Ganga, Yamuna, Tehzeeb and all very green, so many water resources. So they settled here and they also accepted our traditions, and the Unani Paddhati also came in. It was in the 17th century that Britishers first came. And between those 100 years, it is the Britishers who tried to destroy each and everything of what was India. Whether it was our education system, whether it was our trade, whether it was our culture, whether it was our textiles, they destroyed everything. Because they were commerce oriented. They wanted to take away everything from us. And they could not have done that if our industry would have survived. So they destroyed everything what was Indian. But somehow between 14th and 17th century, what happened that all over the Europe, Renaissance took place. And Renaissance means fervor. They took all the inventions, whether Galileo, Copernicus, and later on Newton, Einstein. All those people created an enormous amount of the knowledge. And their knowledge was mostly analytical one. They created engines, they created aeroplanes, they created all the kind of tools. They created antibiotics, they created, their analytical chemists created chloroquines and all kind of drugs. And the dazzling impact, we got really overawed by the dazzling impact that has on the enemies. Our Maharajas and Rajas were thrown away against the technology which Britishers used in their wars. Even 5,000 Britishers could defeat 50,000 army of the Nizams and Marathas. That was the state, because they are technically superior. One thing we have to understand, we can blame them for anything, but they were technically superior to us. And we lost that zeal to have technical superiority. And that is one of the things why our medicine suffered. At 1700, around 1700 BC, our medicine system, Ayurveda, was better than anything system available in the Europe or Latin America or Americans. But it is between those 200 years, they went after inventions after invention. They converted analytical tools into the translational research, what we call today, all engines and railways, aeroplanes, all are translational research coming from physics, chemistry, and botany and zoology. These are the four basic sciences through which engineering got, and they translated the idea. But then what happened? After 1980s and 90s, after 1980s, you will be surprised to know that 90s, 80s and 90s, there no new antibiotic has emerged. There might have come some variations of the known antibiotics. And then there came a problem of the drug resistance. There came a problem of emerging cardiovascular diseases, diabetes. While the epidemics were controlled to a certain extent, like malaria and smallpox. Is it the new emerging diseases? They have no answer, because they have put billions of dollars in doing that research, and that research solved certain cancers. Yes, there are certain advancements in the cancers, certain kind of cancer, but not all kind of cancer. So Will has turned the full circle. So their analytical method, they showed that analytical method translation to the real medicine has limitations. And the last year I was reading, there was Dr. Clarks, who is the chief of Boehringer. Boehringer is one of the biggest factory. He has stated that comorbidity is a well-established concept in cardiovascular, renal, and metabolic diseases. The prevalence of comorbidity in these patients has led scientists to believe that cardio-renal and metabolic diseases may exist on a spectrum with interconnected pathways and contributing factors. So this realization is now coming to the chiefs of the Boehringer, not which is one of the biggest pharmaceutical. These are the comorbidities. If we address only the one part, it is not going to solve the problem. So they are now introducing something called SGL2 inhibitor, which is supposed to act on the diabetes, cardiovascular complication, as well as the renal physiology and renal pathology. So the concept of whole is now slowly being coming back to the allopathy medicine. And that concept of whole was already existence in the Ayurveda. That is the beauty of Ayurveda. Only thing is, we are not able to put forward the evidence for it. And this is very important. Everybody is asked evidence-based medicine. That is a phrase. So what has happened is, whatever we do, we have hold conferences, we make paper presentations. Most of our data is still very anecdotal one. Anecdotal means very preliminary, empirical. It has not tested the validity. Unless we test validity of our observations, it is not going to make impact. And that's why Dr. Suvarna Roy is here, and he's heading an institute of traditional medicine, and institute like that has a great responsibility. And unless we turn that, and we have to be, as far as coming to the last part of this thing, how about the metabolism? I was wondering, do the modern tools have the ability to provide the whole picture? I found out an article by Dr. Amesh Shirolkar in Journal of Ayurveda and Integrative Medicine in 2018, in which he processed the plasma samples to the rapid resolution liquid chromatography, electrospray ionization quadrupole time of flight mass spectrometry. It's a kind of very complicated, but it is available. What he did was, he took a different healthy individuals and asked 3 or 4 Ayurveda physicians to go blindly assign them to Kapha, Pitta and Vata. So the patient's identity and their amount of the Kapha, Pitta and Vata were not known to the who did the biochemistry. And then they subjected their plasma to this particular kind of technology that gives the whole picture of the biomarkers. And I will enumerate 2 or 3 findings. What he observed was that the plasma levels of some simple metabolites can classify human phenotypes, that is Prakritis. The second observation he made was, the metabolites are the end players in the body metabolism and signaling molecules to initiate metabolic and catabolic pathways of the body. Therefore, metabolomics deals with the level of metabolites in the body fluids and tissues in different conditions. Phenotypes of individuals mainly depends on the body metabolism. Tridosha classification in Ayurveda mainly depends upon the phenotype and psychological characteristic of individuals. Hence, integration of Ayurveda with metabolomics holds potential and promise for future predictive and individualized medicine. The next speakers in that, 3 speakers are going to tell you about the metabolism and Ayurveda. So I will refrain because I don't understand much. Lastly, my request to Ayurveda experts is to carry out these kind of studies with larger sample size. I mentioned only one technology, but there can be, I'm sure, other technologies also must be available. My carry-home message is to make full use of modern technologies. Don't shun away from the... One of the reasons is Ayurveda physicians and youngsters I talk, they're little scared. They're little shy of the new technology. So don't be shy of the new technology. New technology has a lot of potential. Use it for our own purpose. Use it to spread Ayurveda. Use it to generate evidence-based medicine. And today's government should encourage such projects and provide full financial support as we are our own masters. State patronage is a must, so is our resolve to work together. Please, last sentence, remember, state patronage, money is important. But our resolve to work as a team to produce evidence-based medicine for Ayurveda, Prakriti and Tridosha will take us forward and nothing else. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for those valuable and most motivating words for our budding Vaidyas. We now take the opportunity of felicitating the iconic personalities. We have with us another eminent person who has been connected with KLE Ayurveda at every step. We would take the opportunity to felicitate Dr. Subarna Roy with a token of gratitude. I request Dr. Suhas Kumar Shetty to do the honors. It's indeed an immense pleasure to have a renowned person, Dr. M. Gopi Krishna, Professor and Head, Department of Rasashastra and Bhaishaja Kalpana, Shri Jagadguru Ayurveda Medical College, Koppar, and our guest speaker today. We take this privilege to felicitate you, sir.
Thank you, sir. We are pleased and fortunate to have the presence of Dr. Pramod Katti, Professor, Department of KC, Ayurveda Mahavidyalaya, Hubli, our guest speaker for today. We are honored to felicitate you, sir.
We are pleased and fortunate to felicitate our own beloved principal and medical director, who is the leading light for this event and also one of the dynamic speakers today, Dr. Suhas Kumar Shetty. We are honored to felicitate you, sir, and I request Dr. Subarna Roy, sir, to felicitate him.
We do not Thank you, sir. We do not want to miss the opportunity to honor Mr. Abgar Ravindra Anand Babu, Organizing Secretary, Vigyana Bharati. He was also in charge of Vigyana Bharati in Gulf region, Dubai. We are pleased to felicitate you, sir.
We are delighted by the presence of Dr. Preeti Chabra, the National Executive Committee member for WAC, New Delhi, and we are privileged to felicitate you, ma'am. We request Dr. Kavita to do the honors. And we also request Dr. Savita Angdi, ma'am, to join in for the felicitation.
Thank you, everyone. KLE Ayurveda has achieved various milestones in organizing and learning compendiums. 2022 is no less, as we will be witnessing Swastayu, an international conference organized by the Department of Swastha Vrutta. We now request Dr. Ashok Patil, Professor, Head, Department of Swastha Vrutta, to coordinate the event.
Thank you. Respected dignitaries on the dais and the dear students in and around Belagavi, I am delighted and extremely happy to see you all. And one more propagation here. I won't test much of your patience. I will be finishing it within 3 minutes. KL Ayurved is stepping forward again with an uniqueness of its own kind by celebration of one more event, that is Swasthayu 2022 2K22, an international conference. Since after the COVID crisis, we haven't organized any such events in Karnataka. It is a proud privilege for us to organize the international conference after the COVID crisis. I am just briefing the highlights and the uniqueness of the program before the assembly. First day, pre-conference skill stations will be there. That is on 17th November, and followed by the 2 days of actual conference. Swasthayu Kaushala. This is what we call it as for the skill stations. Out of 4 skill stations, the participants are free to choose any 2 skill stations because they will be running simultaneously. Swasthayu Samahara, therapeutic diet, Sadhana, therapeutic yoga, Swasthayu Siddhi, community-oriented practicals in Swastavrata, and Swasthayu Anveshana, public initiative programs. Let us see one by one. First one is Swasthayu Samahara, that is the Ayurveda dietetics for lifestyle disorders, where Ayurveda dietetic planning and preparation along with their therapeutic uses will be dealt to the aspirants, participants in collaboration with Hotel Management, KLE Hotel Management College by using the infrastructures. Next, Swasthayu Sadhana, therapeutic yoga for communicable diseases. Shat Chakra Adharita Dhyana and advanced yogic practices for the participants and as well as the yoga preachers. Swasthayu Siddhi, community-oriented practical conductions in Swastavrata, training in the form of demonstrations, practical instructions, assessment of practical outcome evaluations, so all will be dealt. Swasthayu Anveshana, project writing and execution of public health initiative projects, planning of the project, proposal submission and project execution. Because we are having the crown in our, we are having the feather in our crown that we have completed the big project, public health initiative project and Unnat Bharat Abhiyan project successfully from the central government Ministry of Ayush. So we want you to learn how to apply for the projects and how to execute the project in the rural population in the designated villages. Followed by the skill stations, we are having 2 days conclave, international conclave. It is a feast of knowledge from the experts in the field of Ayurveda, non-communicable disease and food technology. We have approached the allied sciences which are contributing towards Ayurveda also. The domains are diet, samskara, food processing, technology, lifestyle management and counseling, nutritive assessment, predictive medicine and musculoskeletal disorders, where we approached the renowned resource persons, namely Padma Bhushan Dr. B.M. Hegdeji, the former Vice Chancellor, Manipal Academy of Higher Education, Manipal, Karnataka. Being a big research scholar and a renowned speaker, he is having the love and affection towards Ayurveda. He has readily agreed for our invitation and he is ready to come over here in this very dais and to speak before the Ayurveda community. Dr. Suresh Chella, Senior Scientist, National Institute of Nutrition from Hyderabad. Dr. Tanmay Goswami, Vice Chancellor, Sanskrit University from Mathura, Uttar Pradesh. Dr. Niranjan Rao, one of the famous professor, senior professor of SDM College of Ayurveda and Hospital Udupi. Dr. Mukund Sabnis, the renowned senior physician of Jeevan Rekha Ayurveda Chikitsalaya, Aurangabad. Dr. Raj Mohan, Associate Professor of Government Ayurveda College, Trivandrum, and Special Officer, International Research Institute of Ayurveda, Government of Kerala. Dr. Sajita Keriot, Professor and Head, Senior Professor of Swastarutta at Sri Sri College of Ayurveda, Bangalore. Our beloved principal, Dr. Suhas Kumar Shetty sir, Dr. Manjunath Gurraj, Yoga Research Scientist of S. Vyasa, Bangalore, and the proud alumni of KLE, Dr. Shivakumar Harti, now Associate Professor at All Indian Institute of Ayurveda, New Delhi. These are all delivering their resourceful talks on this conclave for 2 days. And along with the conclave, we also concentrated on the edutainment part also, learn with the fun by Patyahara recipe video competitions, group yoga dance, Dinacharya video competitions, and as a collaborative unit, the Doot Papeshwara Limited, they will be conducting the Jyotishmati 4 in association with the this Doot Papeshwara Limited will be conducting the quiz competition as well. And one more, the uniqueness of this conference is conduction of global consortium. That is a global platform to discuss about the scope and practice of Ayurveda in overseas countries. We have identified some 18, 17 speakers overseas. We have spoken with them. We have taken their consent and they are ready to deliver their resourceful talks about the opportunities, threat of the practice of Ayurveda in overseas, and as well as scope of Ayurveda for the budding youngsters of Ayurveda medicos. So this is one of the biggest platform you can witness. Last Swasthayu Dignasa, where almost all the domains are covered so that the budding doctors can present the papers in a big platform, that to international conference, which is going to be organized in surrounding at Belgaum only. Now we have put an very competitive rate for the registration fees as for the undergraduates. This is the fee structure, and for the postgraduates and for the staff and practitioners. And we have installed a stall over there. Please visit the stall after finishing your lectures here, after hearing the lectures from the resourceful persons. And we have got a mass registration discount facilities also. And today it is once again, one more offer is there, offer for the day. If you book the registration today itself, while leaving this campus, undergraduate and internees, 5% off from the registration fees is as well. And for the postgraduate and PhD scholars, once again, 5% off from the registration fees. So, KLE Ayurved request you to join us for this international conference and make the event a grand success. I thank this organizers, World Ayurveda Congress, NASYA, and Gnana Bharati for providing a platform to propagate this mega event. Thank you. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, sir. We are pleased to welcome another guest, Dr. Nagaraj Chavan, Assistant Professor, Department of Samhita Siddhant, CB Guttal College, Dharwad. I request sir to please come on the dais and request Dr. Suhas Kumar Shetty to do the honors. Thank you, sir. It's time to hear from our esteemed speakers. Moving further, we may now start with the guest talks. We request our first speaker, Dr. Pramod Katti, to kindly stay back and request all the dignitaries to take the seats off the dais. And I call upon Dr. Girija Sanikop, Professor and Head, Department of Prasuti Tantra and Stri Rog, to introduce Dr. Pramod Katti.
Very good afternoon to everyone. I take this opportunity to introduce today's speaker, Dr. Pramod Katti, presently working as a professor in the Department of Kai Chikitsa, Ayurveda Medical College, Hubli. Sir has pursued his master's in Kai Chikitsa in the year 2005 and has a teaching experience of 17 years. Sir is a clinical expertise in the domains, namely endocrine and metabolic disorders, chronic kidney diseases, infertility, autoimmune disorders, infection and inflammatory disorders, etc. Sir has been an invited speaker and resource person for numerous events, to name few: integrative and transdisciplinary research, Ayush training programs, multidisciplinary lectures, and transitional curriculum. With this introduction, may I present to you Dr. Pramod Katti. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Over to you, sir, on the topic Ayurveda approach towards metabolic disorders and clinical experiences.
Respected dignitaries, teachers, faculties, students, I'm thankful to the World Ayurveda Congress, Vijnana Bharati, and NASYA for organizing and giving us an opportunity. And I'm also thankful to KLE, BMK Ayurveda Mahavidyalaya, principal, and all the faculty members for giving me an opportunity to share my few clinical experiences in metabolic disorders. So metabolic disorders infographics. So these are the diseases which generally encompassed under the heading of metabolic disorders. So there are the tripod in understanding the diseases pertaining to metabolic disorders. One, the nervous system. Second, the endocrines. Third one is an immunity or immunological system. So these three tripod comprises an Ayurveda as a kapha, pitta, and vata. So when we come across with metabolic disorders in Ayurvedic perspective, it encompasses entire dimensions related to Santarpanotha Vikaras. So whatever the Santarpanotha Vikaras, what Acharya Charaka or Vagbhata or our Acharyas, we have enumerated n number of diseases with a solid and easily manageable guidelines along with protocols which Acharyas have proposed. So these are the complexities of metabolic, pathological, or metabolic disorder in the spirit of pathology, wherein the disease clusters comes around or revolves around the metabolic disease, that is sthaulya or atisthaulya, which has been enumerated or explained by Acharyas. So almost all the diseases, what they have mentioned, the same thing comes under in Ayurveda, under the context of Charaka Sutrasthan or Sushruta Sutrasthan, what Acharyas have explained. So Rasanimittam eva, Karsham eva, or Karshya and Sthaulya are out of Rasa, and you can also see Amayeva Annaraso Madhuratarascha Shariram Anukrama Atisnehan Medo Janayati. So when you go to the AGE's accumulation, wherein the protein, the inflammatory agents, the glucose, which is mixed with these three and producing multiple diseases arising for the manifestation of metabolic syndrome. Tat atistaulyam apadayati. Further, so these are the diseases which Acharyas have enumerated. Further, kaphameda niruddhamargatvat alpa vyavayo bhavati. So why there is a increased sexual dysfunction? It is because of kaphamedo ani niruddhatvat. So the vata is getting obscured by kapha and meda, which is suppressing the normal physiological functions of vata dosha. So avrata margatva dosha eva dhatavo na api anto anye atyartham ato alpa prano bhavate. So these are the different dimensions which have been explored and explained under the heading of metabolic disorders. Further, apatya nimittaja prameha and apatya nimittaja prameha, two different entities what acharyas have explained. Apatya nimittaja prameha, which comes under the heading of atiprinanajanya vikaras or santarpanotha vikara. Apatya nimittaja vikara comes under the heading of sahaja or bija doshaja prameha. So both the two technical words what acharyas have explained over here. So this is the apatya nimittaja. So this, you know, all those things. I am not going into the textual explanations. So atisthula also can become a genetical predisposition for the prameha, or sthaulya can also become one of the cause for metabolic disorders, which comprises all the diseases what you have seen in the previous slide. So bija swabhavat, medosaratvat, mrudu vijjala guna kapha prakriti, followed by food and sedentary lifestyle. Asya sukam, swapna sukam, dadini, whatever the etiological factors what acharyas have enumerated, everything comes under over here. Further, have features of all the sthula, apatya nimittaja prameha. So kalaja or sahaja prameha or jataja or bija doshas, everything comes under the heading of apatya nimittaja. The only word is H, is differentiating between the two different dimensions of apatya and apatya. Further, so excess meda deposition or ati medura or vishamadhatu formation. This is very crucial and important to understand all autoimmune disorders. Vishamadhatu, the dhatus have become vishama in their function. How vishamadhatu is getting formed, you please try to understand this particular concept by which is explained by Acharya Charaka under the explanation of viruddhajanya vikaras. I request all the PG scholars or PhDs, all the students to go with all the references which are scattered in the Samhitas to compile all Viruddha Nidanas. Whatever the Viruddha Dushta, all those Nidanas which are enumerated from right from first chapter to the last chapter of all the Samhitas, you compile all Viruddha Nidanas, where in whichever the diseases where Viruddha word has been explained, you try to compile all those things, and all the diseases comes under the heading of metabolic, or they comes under the heading of autoimmune disorders, right? So these are the other things which where the atisthaulia persons will be losing their lifespan, or they will be sexually dysfunction or weakness or bad odor from the body, excessive sweating, excess hunger, or polydipsia, polyuria, polyphagia. Everything has been explained by our acharyas. So this is one of the important thing, kapha-kricha sarvam. What is kapha-kricha sarvam? So this is a question and answer for you people. You have to give the answer for this. First one. So when you go to Charaka Sutrasthana, while explaining Madhumeha, he has given a different type of etiological factors. And when you study Prameha, there the etiological factors are different. On the basis of that, he has subdivided Prameha and Madhumeha from the treatment or therapeutic perspective. Can you tell me, Madhura Ati Sevana, Madhura Rasa Ati Sevana will lead to Kleda Vruddhi, or which is going to vitiate Kapha and Meda along with Kleda, Dashadushyas in Prameha. Can you tell me in what way this Madhura Ati Sevana will lead to a metabolic disorder? What will happen if you consume more Madhura Ahara? Right, this is the answer given by Acharya Charaka. Ati Prinana happens. You know, first three important rasas. The first three important rasas are Madhura, Amla and Lavana. Kapha Kricha Sarvam. Madhura rasa will also vitiate Kapha dosha, Meda dhatu. Amla rasa will also vitiate Kapha dosha. Lavana rasa will also vitiate Kapha dosha. Then what is the difference in the pathophysiology if a person who consumes Ati Lavana and land up into Prameha? And what is your line of treatment? If a person who consumes Ati Madhura rasa and land up into Prameha, and what is the line of treatment? So first three is a Kapha Kricha Sarvam. So that's what I am pointing out over here. The second one is Ati Madhura, Ati Amla Rasa Sevana will also lead to Kleda Vruddhi. What is the type of Kleda Vruddhi happens over here? This is what the answer. Vishandana Karma. What is Vishandana? Dhator Dhatoho Prasichyate under the heading of 4th chapter. That is Raktapitta. Dhator Dhatoho Prasichyate, where Ati Amla Rasa Sevana will lead to liquefaction of the dhatus, where the increased fluidity in the body producing avarana pathology. Right. Ati lavana rasa sevana, where kleda vriddhi also happens over here. How kleda vriddhi happens? By retention of the fluids. See the pathophysiology, retention of the fluid, liquefaction of the fluid, and kapha dosha aggravation by prithvi and jalamahabhuta pradhana. So the line of treatment should, for all these things, kaphagracha sarvam is entirely different. This is what we need to explore in our researches. This is what we need to explore in our clinical practices also. Right. Next. So snigdasya yoga vividaha prayojyaha kalpopadishta malashodhanaya. See, meheshu santarpana mahima karyam. If you see this shloka and if you start practicing by giving snehanadi karma, then what will happen? Can you tell me what will happen? I have seen many of the patients who have underwent so many snehapanas, virechanas, vamana karmas, basti karmas, and land up into the multiple complications, who are madhumehis, who are overweight or metabolic disorders suffering. So by looking into the simple, this particular shloka, if you follow the treatments as it is, then you land up into a complications. That's what Acharya Charaka gives you the solution for this. In Charaka Siddhisthana, first chapter, a question is raised by his Shishyas. Atreya Punarvasu explains what is the importance of this particular dimensions, why you should not supposed to give any Santarpana Chikitsa, even though the patient is suffering from Vataja Prameha, even though the patient is suffering from Apatarpanotha Prameha. He gives it here. The question is asked, Sadhyaha Gadaha Svaihi Shamanaischa Kechit Kasmat Prayuktaihi Nashamam Vrajanti. A disease you have diagnosed, which is Sadhyaha Gada, which is Sukha Sadhya. Kapaja Prameha is a Sukha Sadhya. You can aram say, you can treat it, you can reverse it. So Kapaja Prameha is a Sukha Sadhya. It is not Sadhya, it is Sukha Sadhya. So he has given a prefix Sukha. Very easily you can treat it. In the context of Kapaja Prameha, whatever the medicines which have been explained, you are giving the same medicine, same Adhikarana Aushadha you are giving. The disease you have diagnosed very easily, and the disease can be reversed very easily, but still, Prayuktaihi na shamam vrajanti. Why na shamam? Why there is no recovery of the patient is happening? It is only because Medaha kapabhyam manilo niruddhaha shula anga supti shvaithun karoti. By looking into the symptomatology, the shula, anga supti, and shotha, and you are going to diagnose or you are going to select snehapana or snehanadi karma or santarpana chikitsa, you are going to land up in a complications because shula is pain. Shula is Vata Pradhana, Supti is Vata Pradhana, Shvaitu can also be comes under the heading of Vata Dosha Pradhana. Thinking that the involved dosha is a Vata Vyadhi and you are giving Snehapana or Snehanadi Karma, you are going to land up in a complications because Kapha and Meda, which are obstructing the normal course of Gati of Vata Dosha. Sneham tu yunjat na budhayatasme samvardhayatyevitam vikaran. Samvardhayatyevi, the same disease is aggravated. So this is the thing which you need to diagnose on the basis of Anumana Pramana. What is Anumana Pramana explains? Gudavingam Vyadhim, the disease which cannot be diagnosed properly or pinpointedly. You have to use Upashaya Anupashayabhyam Parikshit. So avitarkyamanaha, without making a discussion or without making any discussion with the multidisciplinary people, if you are going to apply the treatment, you may land up into complications. Right. Sandushita dhatu berevachani, swair bheshajaihi. Swair bheshajaihi means the same medicines which are explained in the same context are of no use. So, further. So what is to be done? Further he explains in Sushruta, Shilajatu, Guglu, Gomutra, all these drugs which are explained under the context of treating all the metabolic disorders. Further, Virukshanahi. What is Virukshana? Medhognams. Please try to understand the punch words. Medhognam. Medhognam means Medahara. See the word what he has used? Virukshana. Rukshana means Kleda Achushanam. Kleda Achushanam means the kleda which is spread all over the body that is getting to be absorbed. Kleda Achushanam. That means Abadhameda, circulatory fat. It is not the fat which is deposited in one part of the body, it is the fat which is circulating in the body. Hypertriglyceridemia, wherein you have to go for Virukshana Chikitsa. Chedaniyanam. If you want to use a Chedaniya kind of drugs, you have to use in Sroto Vishodhaniyartham. So wherever the Srotas are getting completely blocked, there are two technical words in Srotas. Sroto Mukha Rodha, Sroto Avarodha. Two different words, please try to explore these two words. Further, Vyayama, you know the Vyayama? What is to be done with the Vyayama? Doshakshayo, Agni Vrdhishcha. Then Lekhana, what is Lekhana? The fat which is fixedly deposited. What is that? Visceral fat, adiposity, adipose. That is Spikstana Udara Lambanam. In such context, you go for Lekhana karmas. So, Lekhana, Vyayama, Chedana, Rukshana, all are different treatment modalities which you need to explore further. Physical activity which use most of your, burn your most of kilocalories. When you look into the baseline, 25 to 30% of kilocalories burned during your physical activity. What about remaining 65 to 70%? Where it goes? And we think that by doing all physical activity, we can reverse our all metabolic disorders. No. Then what to do? How to reverse? How to spend more stored energy in your body? Yes, by doing sleep. You can reverse your metabolic disorders. How can you reverse your metabolic disorders? By just sleeping? See the bottom line. 65 to 75% of your stored energy is getting spent during your sleep. So if you sleep in daytime, exactly opposite. If you sleep in night, this will happen. So, Nidrayatam, Sukham, Dukkham. See the exact opposite to each others. Nidrayatam, Sukham, Dukkham. Further, Pushtim, Karshyam. Exactly metabolic disorders. Balam, Abalam. Vrishata, Klivata. Exactly metabolic disorders which are opposite to each other. You can find it out. If you want to have all these things, Klivata, don't sleep. If you want to have Vrishatva, you sleep in right time and wake up in right time, do all activities. Jnanam, Adnyanam, self-awareness, Jivitam, Nacha. So all these things which are entirely related perspective related to metabolic disorders. Now it's your turn to answer these questions. First one. Which gunas of Kapha Prakriti are genetically more susceptible for metabolic disorders? Any answers? Second question. Which Sara is more prone for metabolic disorders? Third one. Which type of Samhanana is more susceptible and which Satmya is more vulnerable for metabolic disorders? So this will give you an entire other dimensions of exploring a patient from Ayurvedic perspective. Any answers for these four questions? The question will continue more than 10 or 15, 20. I don't have much time, so I have restricted to only one slide. Right, these are the answers. Please go to Charaka Vimanasthana 8th chapter. You will get all the answer for this. So all my questions are related to Samhitas only in a different fashion because you all are young generation. So let us explore the same thing. So Snigdha Guna, Manda Guna, Guru and Vijjalacha. So all these four important gunas which are responsible for metabolic disorders. So those gunas, if you identify in a patient, that will help you to identify a patient earlier. You can prevent metabolic disorders. So Mamsa and Medosara Prakriti. Further, Avara Mamsa Samhanana. What is Samhanana in Ayurveda? What do we write in our journals? Pravara, Madhyama, Avara. What is next? What are the three important dhatus which you need to assess under the heading of Samhanana? Three important dhatus. What is BMR? Yes. What is BMI? These two dimensions you can identify, you can understand by assessing Samhanana. Anivishta Shonita Asti Mamsani. Anivishta Shonita, Anivishta Mamsa, Anivishta Asti. These three dhatus represent three doshas. So you are identifying three doshas through the dhatus by assessing Samhanana. So try to develop a scale for assessing the Samhanana. Right. Last is Madhura Ekarasa Satma Purusha, more vulnerable for metabolic disorders. Further, Yuktam Bhuktavado Yukto Dhatu Samyam Samam Pachan. Further, Chakrapani clarifies Samano Vayuhu Agni Sahayo Grihyate Kapha Pitta Samyam Agno Grihyate. So The equilibrium status of Tridosha along with Agni and Samanavayu will represent normal physiology or normal metabolism of the body. Further. So Agnireva Sharire Pittantargata. Most of the time we discuss and we quarrel with each other departments. Then we'll go have a tea and start our doing work. So Kubita, Akubitaha, exactly opposite to each other. Metabolic processes are, there are only two gunas, Ushna and Shita guna. One is feedback mechanism, positive and negative feedback mechanism. Everything governs under the heading of metabolic processes. Kupita, Akupitaha, Shubha, Ashubha, Paktim, Apaktim, Darshanam, Adarshanam, Matram, Amatram Ushmanam. So Prakriti, Vikriti Varnam, Shauryam, Bhayam, further Krodham, Harsham, then Moham, Prasadam. So all these dualities, that's what I have made. Dvandvani iti, all these dualities will help you to identify normal metabolic processes and abnormal metabolic processes. What is explained over here? All these things under this particular heading, acetylcholine, dopamine, all these neurotransmitters are secreted. Everything governs all these things, what our acharyas have explained. Further. See, this is the basic difference between Agni and Pitta. Try to remember this. Both Agni and Pitta are different by explained by Acharya. Bhava Prakasha. Ruksha, Snigdha, Nedrava, Sadrava, Narasa. It does not have any taste. It is having Katurasa, Amlarasa, and Adhogami, Urdhogami. So many differences are there. It has to be brought into practice. That's why Agni does physical transformation and Pitta does a chemical transformation. So if you understand this whole process of metabolism, you can identify the functions of Pitta and Agni in two different dimensions. Further. So inflammatory and infectious proteins which are entangling the kapha and meda producing atherosclerosis. For before that, dyslipidemia or hyperlipidemia or hyperlipoproteinemia, all the things comes under the heading of a formation of fibrofatty plaque. A fibrofatty plaque is nothing but an amalgamation of ama, amalgamation along with similar dosha. Similar dosha for ama is kapha. Similar dosha having similar gunas for ama is kapha, dhatu is meda. That is why kapha, meda and ama, this entire complexities will produce fibrofatty plaque. Now tell me, what is the line of treatment for this particular condition? Ama is there, kapha is there, meda is there. What is the common thing in between these three? Pichila, Guru, Snigdha, Shita, all these gunas are common. Then from where you have to start treatment? Can you give first Chedana drugs? If you give Chedana drugs in this particular condition, what will happen? The plaque will be disintegrated. It goes and settles down in a smallest of the blood vessel and produces CVA or MI, so many complications. So never ever give Chedana, Lekhana drugs in the first stage of this particular treatment. The first line of treatment is anti-inflammatory drug. What is anti-inflammatory drug from Ayurvedic perspective? Pachana, Langhana. Langhana and the Pachana is the first line of treatment here. After that, you go for Rukshana, if it is a circulatory fat, or if it is deposited in one particular part, then you go for Lekhana, or you can go for Chedaniya drugs. Clear? Never ever give anything, the prescriptions which are explained in the bottom line as a first priority. It should go in a systematic way, what our acharyas have explained. First give Samadosha Chikitsa, followed by Doshagni Chikitsa, followed by Dhatu Samya Chikitsa. Right. Arteriosclerosis. There are three important layers are there for the arteries. External, middle, and intima. Right. All the three are having different line of treatments. Right. The endothelium is one of the most killing pathophysiology which produces MI, all those things which are very, very life-killing pathophysiology. What is the treatment option here? By looking into this, can you tell me the treatment principles? Media, having muscular. Target your treatment for which dhatu? Mamsa dhatu. What are the drugs explained for Mamsa dhatu? You give in that. Right? What are the treatment for intima? Endothelial, sroto avarodha, sroto mukharodha. What is the line of treatment? You apply for that. Adventitia, connective tissue, sclerotic changes are going to happen. That's what I have mentioned over there. Hardening and loss of elasticity, sclerotic changes. What is the line of treatment? What is the line of treatment over here? Connective tissue disorders. Go for one abhyanga, one snehana, one snehapana, one virechana. That is more than sufficient if it is in a samavastha. Yes or no? No, if it is in a niramavastha. Right. Hypertension, classifications. Right? Swatantra and Paratantra classification you have to do, you have to learn. Don't give any of the drugs which are having only single combination. Try to understand the pathophysiology and try to come out with the line of treatment. Right. Kriyakala, Sanchaya, Amapakvashya, Prakopa in Pranavasrotas. What is Pranavasrotas? Next, Prasara, Sarva Sharira, followed by Sthana Samshraya in a places where more susceptible. The places the Hridaya becomes susceptible, Dhamanis become susceptible, Shiras becomes susceptible, or Vrikka or Basti. So, depending on that, the pathophysiology changes, the line of treatment also changes. Further, Vyaktasthana, organ specific, system specific. Further, Bheda, multifactorial, multi-systems or multi-organs related to a hypertension management. Hetu Viparita Chikitsa, Avastha Bhedeni Chikitsa, Samadosha Chikitsa, Niramadosha Chikitsa, Purana Dosha, or Jirana dosha, or it is a lean doshas in the dhatus, or if it is a inflammatory reactions, then treat according to it. If it is infectious condition, treat according to it, or if it is a autoimmune response for hypertension, treat according to it. Don't simply ever give any of the one single drug formulation for hypertension. Amapachana with Sama, dosha chikitsas. Deepanaihi, dhatubhyaha pratakthvam. What is the indication of this? Deepanaihi. Why to give deepana? If you give deepana drugs, what will happen? Dhatubhya pratakthvam. Pratakthvam means the samadoshas which are there in the dhatus getting separated from the tissues. You are bringing them for the koshtha. Dhatubhyaha pratakthvam. See the different dimensions for deepanaihi. So these are the line of treatment which you can adopt. The simple Ushna Jalapana. See the effect, exactly opposite to the ama. Exactly opposite, reverse image of ama is, ama lakshanas are, you can see in the effect produced by the Ushna Jala. Ruchis Svedapradam, Balyam, Balabhramsham, Srotasam, Shodhanam, Sroto, Avarodham, Jwaragnam, then Pachanehi and Deepanehi. Further. What is Anulomana? Very crucial in metabolic disorders. What is anulomana? How to assess anulomana? What is anulomana of pranavayu and what is anulomana of udanavayu? You have to think over it. Udanam tu yojet urdhvam, vyanam tu tridha yojet. How you are going to manage vyanavayu from tridha, from three directions, or all the three important treatment principles. So movement of vata in its own srotas should be observed. Movement of vata in its own direction, and monitor the functions of particular vata. Further, monitor the functions of regulated organs and systems. Kaphavrata prana. Kapha, which is suppressing the normal functions of pranavayu. Pranotra murdagaha, uraha kantha charo. So it travels to the Ura Pradesha through the kantha. So its movement is downward direction. Right? Here the anulomana of pranavayu is allowing the pranavayu to move in its own srotas, in its own direction, and regulating all the normal functions of its controlling organs. What are the organs controlled by pranavayu? Buddhi, Hridaya, Indriya, Chitta, and Drik. So all these regulated organs, all these regulated functions should be observed. If you observe all those things, then the effect of treatment can be analyzed on the basis of this anulomana. Please try to read the Ashtanga Hridaya Sutrasthan. Ashtanga Sangraha, it is not Ashtanga Hridaya. Ashtanga Sangraha Sutrasthana by commentator Indu. You don't get in original commentary. Please try to develop a scale for this. Doshahara Chikitsa, Araggodadikashayam, Rukshanam, Kamavittagnam, Mehagnam, followed by Pathya Punarnamadikashayam, Rukshanam, Pachanam, along with the best Shothagnam, Brihatyadikashayam, once again, one of the best Vada Pittagnam, along with very good Mutralam, hypertension. You can give all these things. Don't ever depend on one type of treatment for hypertension. So Bhadradarvyadikashaya, if the pathology started from the Shiras, then you go for this. If the pathology is started from the GIT, you can go for this, Chirubilwadi, Brihat Nayopayadi. If from the cardiovascular system, if the pathology is origin, then you can go for Brihat Nayopayam. Then if the pathophysiology is started for hypertension, that is renal, then you can go for Varanadi or Kaidaryadi, Kalasakadi, all these Kashayas. Dashamula Kashaya, when there is a shoot up of the hypertension because of involvement of cardiac conditions where there is no involvement of Kapadosha, you can go for Dashamula Kashaya. Hamsapathyadi, hypothyroidism induced hypertension, you can go for Hamsapathyadi. Further, Kaphamedasavarta conditions, Varanadi, Gugulatiktakam, Chitraka Granthyadi, Medo Haragugulu, Shivagulika, all these drugs which you know. The only thing is, you have to prescribe these drugs in a particular diagnosed condition. Don't ever prescribe irrational prescriptions. Further, Rakta Prasadana. When to do Rakta Prasadana in hypertension? Mahatiktakam Kashayam, Kaishora Gugulum, Tiktaka Kashayam, or all Tiktaka drugs can be prescribed under the heading for Rakta Prasadana, under the heading which is inducing Rakta Dushti, which is resulting into hypertension. Or further, one more, metabolic disorders, PCOD or PCOS. So these two things will give you the difference between PCOD and PCOS. So all the syndromes, and last three things are, that is ovulatory dysfunction, acanthosis nigricans, or androgenic alopecia, hirsutism. All these three will represent the PCOD. If it is associated with all other earlier five, then you can call it as a PCOS. What is Ayurvedic dimensions for this? What is Ayurvedic dimensions over here? Can you see the FSH line? What is FSH in Ayurveda? What is LH in Ayurveda? Luteinizing hormone. You can see the peak of luteinizing hormone during the second week, that is in the ovulation period. You can see the FSH, that is base for all the tissues. There are two things, centrally regulated hormones and ovarian hormones, peripheral hormones and centrally regulated hormones. Estrogen and progesterone. See the progesterone level where it is increasing. In the third week, after 21 days, it increases. Why? It wants to maintain the pregnancy. Maintain injections, what they give? Progesterone injections. Why? What you want to maintain in entire Navamasa? Masanumasika Paricharya. Which tissue or which focused area is to maintain normal functions of Oja? Yes. So all the progesterone functions can be considered under the heading of Ojo Agni. Estrogens. See the peak of estrogen just before ovulation. What is that? Arthavagni. FSH, follicle stimulating hormone, centrally regulated hormone, base for all the tissues. Which dhatu? Rasa. Rasa is base for everything, no? All stem cell studies, etc., etc., etc. comes under that. So base for all the tissue is Rasa dhatu. So Rasa dhatu agni is the FSH. You correct Rasa dhatu agni, FSH will come to normal. You test it, you investigate, you follow the Rasa dhatu agni chikitsa, you observe, you will get the same picture. Right. So treatment principles. So Pachana, in the first week, see this is very important. First week, second week, third week, fourth week, all different line of treatments are there. You cannot prescribe only Raja Pravartinivati in all the phases. When Raja is not at all there, what is the use of giving Raja Pravartini? In the first 7 days after completion of the menstruation, Purana Rajas has gone, Nava Rajas is getting deposited, and you are giving Raja Pravartinivati. What is the use of it? That is irrational treatment which we are doing. Our acharyas are not explaining like that. So the first line of treatment in the first week is the Navarajas should be Shuddha. So you go for Pachana. You need not to go for medicine. Ask the patient to consume the proper food and lifestyle. Pachana itself is Langana, Ushna Jala Sevana is more than sufficient. So Sroto Shodhana in the second week. So the Navarajas should be get accumulated properly, which will help us to form the dominant follicle in the midweek. After that, you go for Shamana Snehapana to improve the endometrial bed. Then You go for anulomana if cycles need to be induced. If cycle is not to be induced, then you continue the snepana for navamasa. Dadimadi ghrita. Right? Very easiest way, dadimadi ghrita, or you can also go for the phalasarpi. Further. Prevention is, right? I have given the answer. Double click. Mistake. Prevention is better than cure, no? How you are going to prevent when you don't know the disease at all? How you are going to prevent? So prevention is always tougher because you don't know what is happening in the patient. You don't know anything. So prevention is always tougher than cure. Cure requires a focus on a disease, but prevention requires beyond the disease. So prevention is always challenge and always tougher. So preventive medicine is always tougher and challenges. That's why prevention must focus on the diseases which are going to come in the future. Right? That is why Acharya Sushruta has given an entire chapter for prevention of diseases in Rasayana Pada. So let me give you a few cases. Right. First, female, basically a teacher. Juhva Laulya is very high. Grudnum. Grudnum means Juhva Laulya. She could not able to control over her food habits. Reported on 7/5. So patient is having a non-pitting type of edema. Pitting is there in the upper and lower limbs, even on the face. Cold extremities, shramashwasa, lethargic. Patient is also having bhaya, krodha, along with udvega. There are mood swings and irregular bowel habits. So bowels are not regular. What could be the etiological factor? Patient ಹೇಳೋಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಮೊದಲು ನೀವು etiology ಹೇಳಬೇಕು. By looking into the symptoms, you should tell what are the etiological factors the patient has consumed. Right? Vitals, you can see the BMI 36, waistline, sorry, weight 89. So you can see the comorbidities, overweight along with dyslipidemia and menopausal stage. So what are Utpadaka Hetu? These are the Utpadaka Hetu for the metabolic disorder. So Ruksha Shita Guru, Ati, Ahara Sevana, Vishamashana, Vyayama, Ati Asana. By looking into these etiological factors, what you are going to identify in the body? What is your objective over here? The patient is consuming Rusha Ahara, Shita Ahara, Guru Ahara, or Atyasana. Venjaka Hetu. What is the importance of Venjaka Hetu? What is Venjaka Hetu? Aggravating and relieving factors. They are very, very important. When a patient comes and sits into your OPD, you ask the question, when complaints aggravates, by doing what activities the complaint reduces or the symptoms reduces. So that's what is Venjaka Hetu. So Venjaka Hetus are seasonal changes. Morning, traveling, Dadhi Masha Sevana, Taila Sevana, along with psychological factors. What you are going to identify by looking into all these etiological factors? You need to identify out of 5, 2 important vayus. All the prana vayu dushtikara nidana. Please refer Ashtanga Sangra Sutrasthana 19th chapter. You will get all etiological factors for Pancha Vata Prakopaka Nidanas. None of the acharyas have explained for Pancha Pitta Prakopaka Nidanas, Pancha Kapha Prakopaka Nidanas. All acharyas have explained Pancha Vata Prakopaka Nidanas, Pancha Vata Dushti Lakshanas, Pancha Vata Chikitsas. There is no separate Pancha Pitta Chikitsa or Pancha Kapha Chikitsa. That is the exclusiveness for each and every disease where you need to identify Panchavatas for the etiological factors further. So this was the investigation was done. You can see the thyroid TSH is 58 and anti-TPO that is 272, which should be less than 34. So what is the diagnosis here? What is the first diagnosis? Overweight, stolya, first diagnosis. What is the second diagnosis? Kaphameda Savartamata, dyslipidemia is there. Then what is the third diagnosis? Aggravating and relieving factors, and along with the investigations. Anti-TPO is increased. It is a autoantibodies, right? Ama Visha Jashotha. So Ama Visha is there, Kapha Meda is there, and patient is also having Sthaulya. So how to initiate the treatment? What is the first line of treatment here? You cannot give Kapha Medahara Chikitsa in the first line of treatment. The first line of treatment should start with Hetu Viparita Chikitsa. We have seen in the hypertension. Hetu Viparita Chikitsa. What is Hetu Viparita Chikitsa here? What is the Hetu here? Don't focus on etiological factors, what patient has consumed. What is the effect of etiological factors on body? That has to be identified as a Hetu. Here Hetu is Ama Visha. So first you give treatment for Visha Chikitsa, followed by Agnidipana, then followed by all Kapahara, Medahara, Staulyahara Chikitsa. If you start in the initial phase thinking that it is Kapha Medagna, if you give Kapha and Medahara Chikitsa, patient will show you little improvement in the first stage. In the later phase, patient will not respond. So our objective is reversing the pathology without giving any of the thyroid medicines or any of the L-troxin or whatever the medicines which are prescribed. So patient was freshly diagnosed. No medicines were given from our perspective. So treatment was initiated. Punarnamadi Kashaya. Why Punarnamadi Kashaya? Punarnama is one of the best. Punarnamadi Kashaya is one of the best. Vishagnam, Jwaragnam, Shvothagnam. So that was the drug which has been selected. One drug with multiple factors which are involved in the Samprapti Ghataka of the metabolic disorders. Chitrakadivati for Vishagnam, Agnideepanam was the baseline of treatment, and Vatanalomanam. That's very important. Avipattikara Churna, Panchasakara Churna, Swadishta Virechana Churna should be administered before bed, before food, because it has to reach to the Apanasthana. What we are giving? Kayam Churna is taken Kayam after food. What is happening? Do you know the adversities of the Kayam Churna or any of the laxatives in Ayurveda? If it is given after food in the night, the brain shrinks because it is acting on Pranavayu. Our objective is our drug should not reach the brain, our drug should reach the sthana of Apanasthana. So, Malamutra Anulomana is required, not the Pranavata Anulomana. So, always, never ever make such mistakes. So, our acharyas are very specific, very pinpointed, and very accurate in their calculation further. So, continued the medicine for 3 months. You can see the difference. The TSH from 55 reduced to 9.89, and anti-TPO remained same. So, there was no response of medicines on anti-TPO. Further, Guduchi Siddha Jala was advised, Punarnamadi Kashaya was continued, and in between, once the Nirama Avasthas were observed, Snehapana with Tiktaka Ghrita or Mahatiktaka Ghrita was given. So you can see after Snehapana, you can see the difference. Anti-TPO has reduced from 272 to 95, and TSH came down from 55 to 5.67. Right? So this is how you can try to do the documentation. Along with, you can do some line of treatments which you can do. Case number 2, quick. Right, this is one of the patient who is obese, along with DM, along with non-hypertensive, no dyslipidemia was there. So testicular scan was done, everything was fine. Further advised for, these are the etiological factors. So the same thing, Rasadushti, Medadushti, along with Shukradushti, and some analysis shows the azoospermia. Then further, the some analysis shows the azoospermia and non-obstructive type, and Nastaretas, where the Rasadushti, Kaphameda Savartavata, same Aprinana, Bija Anutpatti. So Bija Anutpatti. So first Ruksha was done, Srota Shodhana was done, then Varanadi Kashaya was prescribed, then Avipattikara Churna, as usual, it was given. You can see the changes. From 0, it has increased to 8 without doing any of the other karmas. Further, same line of treatment, added is Vidaryadi Kashaya. After adding Vidaryadi Kashaya, it went to 9.1. Further line of treatment, Chandra Prabhavati. Further, it has given with the treatment, and it has increased to from 76 million. From 0, scratch, it has increased to 76 million. So further, diabetic index was controlled, weight was reduced from 81 to 74 and got conceived, and delivered a male baby in 2021 January. So case number 3. So I advised semen analysis. The semen analysis has shown Kaphameda Savartavata condition. Once again, normospermia was there, but liquefaction time is more, viscosity was more. So hyperviscous semen with increased liquefaction time. Kafaja Shukradrushti with increased Ati Pichila Guna. So what was the line of treatment here? Pichila. If you study the Pichila, you will get all these things. Please read Pichila, atherosclerosis, thrombosis, or prameha. Further, all these things can be clubbed under the heading of Ati Paichilya specific. Further, Paichilya treatment, Vaishadyakara Chikitsa, followed by Lekhana and Rukshana are the line of treatment. Kafaja Shukradushti was managed with Kapagnam, Medhognam along with Shukrajalam or Shukrajanakam. So, after giving the treatment, you can see the changes. It has came down to 30 minutes, which was more than 1 hour. It has came down to normal, and count has increased to from 60 to 170 million. So normospermia with normal viscosity. So these were the drugs which are prescribed in that particular condition. That is Chitraka Granthyadi Kashayam along with Chitrakadivati and Kapha Medahara Pathya along with Vyayama. So clinical outcome got conceived, and these are the important things which you need to carry for your workout. So you need not be always apologetic to the any modern or any of the medical systems. You need to explore samhitas to their core. You need to explore samhitas to their core. Study to the core of Ayurveda from the samhitas and comprehend rationality and scientificity of Ayurveda. Understand 4 important things in each and every patient. One is rasa, that is with the etiological factors. Identify the dosha, identify the panchamahabhutas, and identify the gunas in a patient. On the basis of that, you initiate your line of treatment. And this is very important, that you should know your limitations. Never ever cross the limitations, right? Learn, relearn, observe, update yourself, practice, then preach. Don't preach always. Practice it, then you preach it. Then you will become a very successful teacher or a successful practitioner. Then inspire others to follow the same model. Thank you. Thank you one and all for giving me the opportunity to share my few things.
Thank you, sir, for such an informative session. Now, I call upon Dr. Lakshmikant, Professor, Department of Shalya Tantra, to honor the speaker with a certificate.
Thank you, sir. We now call upon Dr. Rajeshwari Kamath, Professor, Department of Rasashastra and Vaisheshya Kalpana, to introduce our second speaker, Dr. M. Gopi Krishna, and request sir to come over the dais.
Good evening to all. It's my pleasure to introduce Dr. M. Gopi Krishna, sir. Presently, sir is working as a professor and head, Department of Rasashastra and Vaisheshya Kalpana, Shri Jagadguru Ayurveda Mahavidyalaya, Koppal. And sir is ex-member API Ayush and member Mercurial Conservation of India Ayush. And sir is a founder of a website, and he is also chairman Indian Institute of Ayurveda and Rasashastra, an e-learning platform. Sir can speak more than 7 languages. He has completed his BA, MS and MD from SDM College of Ayurveda, Udupi. Sir is a Ayurveda Vaidya with Rasa Shastra specialty associated with various projects, and he has worked in SVM Ayurveda Pharmacy during his post-graduation. And also he is a hardworking, dedicated, a quick learner, and a good team player, and a good communicating and writing skill. Sir is a student of national level personality, Professor Siddhinandan Mishra, who is an author of more than 27 books in Rasa Shastra. Sir is a successful clinician as well as an academician, and he is having a multi-dimensional views regarding theory and practical approaches, and he is also guiding many postgraduate students. And sir has helped Dr. Siddhinandan Mishra sir in translating many textbooks. To name few, he has assisted in translating Ananda Kanda text from Sanskrit to Hindi, also translating Vaishesha Ratnavali from Sanskrit to Hindi, and Rasa Ratnakara from Talapatras of Telugu version to Sanskrit, and also Chikitsa Paddhati from Telugu Talapatras to Sanskrit. Sir is having not only Rasa Shastra knowledge, he is well versed in industrial experience, and he has formulated many new formulations in cosmetics, Ayurveda manure, and also hair dyes. And also he is expert in Panchakarma procedures with Rasa Basmas, and also Marma Chikitsa and laboratory analysis of Rasa Ushadis. So apart from this, sir is having a fashion to have field visits. He has visited Himalaya, Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, and many more, Nepal, and also Europe, and also many more countries to collect minerals. So he is having more than 600 samples in his museum. And also he was a resource person at many national and international platforms. With this brief introduction, I request sir to take the dais.
Thank you. Good evening to one and all. Before I start with my presentation, I would like to acknowledge the KLE and the WAC for inviting me over here and giving this opportunity to discuss few of my experiences or my thought processes related to the metabolic disorders and what Rasaushadis we prescribe with. Normally it happens like once I speak of Rasaushadis, many people start to have various doubts. Is it that you give Rasaushadis in your practice, or you liberal in using it, you have any restrictions, you have any complications, etc., etc. That's a different set of stories which we need to discuss about. Frankly to speak, metabolic disorders are such disorders which stay with us most of the times for a pretty chronic period. And we need to manage it with a very strong weapons like that of Rasaushadis to control it. And that's the reason why I use extensively the Rasaushadis, because metabolic disorders are my area where I work a lot in this set of disorders. I use Rasaushadis and Basmas in the form of Nasya. I use it in Vamana. I use it in Virechana. I use them extensively even in Basti. There are so many clinical conditions wherein I have used Rasaushadis through endoscope, applying on the cancerous regions in the gastrointestinal tract, so that the drug will directly deliver on the malignant areas, so that you have some changes which is seen because of the local application of the bastis. This idea I could generate because of the boon given by Acharya Sushruta in Shashtupakarmas. I adopt all the principles to treat any of the illnesses if needed. I spoke just now about few of the conditions like that of the malignancies and other metabolic disorders. To step into the active topic, let us salutate to the God who has given us this wonderful science and made us to understand this in a better way, and so that we can reach out to the humanity or to the mankind in a faster movement. I really say it's a faster movement. I know there is no answer for the metabolic disorders in the contemporary sciences most of the times. They make them to become patients for lifetime, but we are not so. We treat them, at some point we stop the treatment, the patient is still healthy. This is the fine advantage what you can give with Ayurveda. To come up with the metabolic disorders, I am really thankful to Dr. Pramod sir, because much of the topic is made easy and is covered most of the part which we were supposed to discuss. So I'll just go with the discussion or the treatment part of the metabolic disorders. As sir is said, do follow every step what is told, but presently don't follow only one thing which is just asked us in the previous presentation. He asked, you sleep to burn your calories, but don't sleep for another 2 hours. We'll complete the seminar, go home and do your sleep to burn your calories. It is very good, but don't do Diva Sopna here. So basically, when we speak about what are the metabolic disorders, to go instead of going with various definitions and making it more complicated, very simple way is something getting not assimilated in the body, not digesting into the body, which is getting accumulated with no health reasons. It's considered as metabolic and it causes some distress to the body. This is called as a metabolic disease, wherein you need to remove it. What is the prime thing you have to do there? Remove the metabolic waste from the body by giving some Vishagna Dravyas. The prime thing is remove the unwanted toxins from the body. And the very important factor for you, let me say you, to remove the toxins from your body is Tamra. Blindly you can give to your patients with the Tamra, which is an extensive drug to remove the toxins which are being accumulated in the body. You should read the Falashruti of Tamra or Tamra Basma. You'll come to understand why you are supposed to give Tamra. I have a speech on YouTube only on Tamra clinical prayogas for at least 3 hours. Any of you can watch it or YouTube. Usually what happens in any of the metabolic disorders, what are the clinical presentations? See, there are so many clinical metabolic disorders. When you set a patient who is known case of malignancy to a PET scan, he gives in the report hypermetabolic areas are seen. It's altered metabolism. Diabetes, it's altered metabolism. Hypertension, it's altered metabolism. So there are so many clinical conditions where you have hyper or hypo, lesser functioning or over functioning. As per the norms of Ayurveda, these clinical presentations, what you have, either it is lethargy, poor appetite, abdominal pain, vomiting, and weight loss. Either of these could be the clinical presentations, and the prime thing which you need to focus at this particular stage of any clinical conditions is detoxify the patient. The best part is Tamra. Diabetes is one of the disease among the metabolic disorders which is to be focused a lot. Of course, we are not going with the Nidana, Samprapti and other issues of diabetes as of now. Every one of you know about the details of it. Let me discuss only about what we are supposed to do when we have the patient right in front of us. Basically, you know how the metabolism works in a human body. It is something like a factory. And one of the metabolic factory headquarters is the liver. Liver is one which synthesizes many of the essential components of the body. And among that, if your liver is at risk, then many of the metabolic disorders will set in. Directly or indirectly, liver is one such place where you have to work upon. And one of the best medicine to work upon on the liver is Tamra or Arogyavardhini. This is the reason why I believe a lot in administering the Arogyavardhini in most of these metabolic disorders. The patient is suffering from hypertension, patient is suffering from diabetes, hyperlipidemia, hypo or hyperthyroidism. Any of these clinical conditions, my treatment protocol never changes. Either it is hypoglycemia or hyperglycemia, hypotension or hypertension. It is a dushti of Agni, which is seen in the body. Rectify it. It's not a Vruddhi Kshaya Lakshana, it's an altered metabolic phenomena. The main principle what you need to adopt in most of these cases is, as sir has already explained it in a beautiful way, I will not go through all those slides now. You primarily need is Deepana, Pachana, Anulomana, next is Rasayana. Finish. Either of these diseases, it is beautifully umbrellaed under a heading called as metabolic disorders. Whatever the disease is, if it is related to the metabolism, the treatment protocol is Deepana, Pachana, Anulomana, and Rasayana. And what are the drug combinations you find in it? Of course, it depends on the various stages. If it's a recent onset, my only protocol which I have for most of these metabolic disorders is just give them with Chandraprabhavati, Arogyavardhini. Sufficient. It does Deepana? Yes. Pachana? Yes. Anulomana? Yes. Rasayana? Yes. The protocol is finished. I need not search for a number of drugs which is available, which is not available. I need to get it from a particular pharmacy. These two are very, very simple drugs, which is very commonly available to us in the market. You can procure it very easily, provided it is prepared in a proper way, administer it to the patient. I will say 70% of your clinical cases related to metabolic disorders will vanish. I have tried this particular phenomenon in hypertension and hypotension. I have tried the same protocol in hyperthyroidism and hypothyroidism. I have tried the same thing even in hyperlipidemia and hypolipidemia also. In all clinical conditions where you have up and downs, you try to go with administering this. The person is come with a chronic onset. He's already having some metabolic disorder years ago. Now Chandraprabha and Arogyavardhini might not work for an extensive way. What is the general protocol which I have? Because I don't want to go, every case is a separate chapter. So what is the general protocol? You have this in Rasakamadenu, where he explains about this. Arogyam Bhaskaradiccheta, whenever you are establishing a good metabolic rate in your body or Agni, Kayasa Antaragni. So if your Agni is fine, you are healthy. So you want to maintain good health, then administer Bhaskara. Bhaskara is Tamra. Tamra is to be administered to the people in case if you have any of the metabolic disorders or if you don't want to fall ill or where you are consistently falling ill. Either it is autoimmune condition, metabolic disorder or whatever it is. If you want Arogya, administer Tamra. This is a reference of Rasakamadenu. It's not from my pocket. And in case it is to be administered because it wards off the Agni Mandyata. The worst disease which I am really scared about to treat in my clinical practice is Agnimandya. I am happy to treat patients from malignancy. I am happy to treat them with a cardiac disorder. I am happy to treat even the most complicated metabolic disorders. But I find a bit nervous to treat the patients with Agnimandya. You might say like Agnimandya is such a simple thing, just give Jiraka Kwata, it vanishes. But there are so many clinical conditions. Absolutely, they don't respond to any of our set of drugs related to Agnimandya. And one such thing which I could promisingly see in most of my patients is Tamra, because of the reference from Rasakamadenu. Next thing is Soma Dhatu, or what you call it as a Rajata, wards of the Rasarakthadi Dhatu Vikaras. Just now, sir is explained about the importance of Rasa and Raktava Shrotas in case of metabolic disorders. So also, you need to consider the anti-inflammatory drugs, which sir has said now. So for all the anti-inflammatory phenomenon or the Rasa and Raktava Shroto Vikaras, Rajata is the best drug. Rajata and Gunja, these are the two drugs in Rasa Shastra which we are using as anti-inflammatory procedures. So it is an excellent phenomenon to observe, to give to the patient in the initial format when you have him, try to administer him with Rajata. The next thing is to get rid of the diseases. Always administer Deva Deveshwara, that is a Swarna. Swarna should be administered to the people just because you want to see the patient is always healthy, is always fine. I'll say the most practical textbook I have ever read is Sushruta Samhita, where Acharya has explained Swarna under Rakshogna Gana. You want to be protected by yourself, you are supposed to take Swarna. Most of the textbooks has given Nityam Swarnam. You are supposed to take it on every day basis so that you are being maintained with your health. And again here the reference indicates, stating like to get rid of the diseases, you need to take Deva Deveshwara, which is known as Swarna. The next thing is to gain the strength, because which we have seen in the metabolic disorders, the person has lethargy. He loses his strength. To gain the strength like an elephant, he needs to take the Nagesha, that is a Nagabhasma. Any person who is finding so weak, he needs to take Nagabhasma to gain the strength. The next thing is to increase Ayu. You need to take Loha, Yama. Normally, people suffering from chronic metabolic disorders, they land up into Ayukshaya. So you want to increase his Ayush, then you are supposed to give him Loha. And to increase the Shukra Dhatu, give him the Vanga, that is Shukra. Why Shukra Dhatu? Because Dhatu Sarata, Rasat Raktam Tata Mamsam, Mamsat Medo Meda Asti. So in that grounds, Shukra in the sense Sarvasara. In case if you want the whole body to be having the Sarvasara, you are supposed to give them with Vanga. So this is one such protocol wherein you can give or treat most of the disorders related to Ayurvedic faculties. Then again comes what are the various metabolic disorders. It could be a missing enzyme, it could be abnormal chemical reaction, or a disease of a particular organ in the body, or a nutritional deficiency. Everything is something like either it related to Jhataragni, Bhutagni, or Dhatuagni. Assimilability is being at fault. So the best part is again Tamra. Tamra is an ingredient in Arogyavardhini, and Arogyavardhini is one such component which needs to be given. This is a Falashruti of Arogyavardhini. You can see the clinical indications of Arogyavardhini from the textbook, wherein he beautifully explains the disorders related to multiple shrotas. Normally, a person suffering from metabolic disorders, he is having a pravasatva or he is neglecting a particular disease. He lands up into a Vyadhi Sankara. Vyadhi Sankara in the sense he lands up into a syndrome-like presentations. The patient is having hyperthyroidism, he is having hypertension, hyperglycemia, arthritis, he is having psoriasis, multiple systemic involvement has been seen. Then you need to give some drugs which can act as Sarva Vyadihara. And among the Sarva Vyadihara set of drugs in Ayurveda, wherein you need to address the syndrome-like presentations, the best drug is Tamra, Swarnamakshika, and Abraka. So this is very much essential. And here is a Falashruti of Arogyavardhini. This is a copper metabolism. This is again from the biopharmaceutics, where you can see the metabolism of copper in every organ of the body. I don't want to go through everything which is happening here, but it is related to every organ of the body. This is most important. Means it can act at a multiple level. This is what I am supposed to relay now. So normally what causes this particular thing? As per the norms of Ayurveda, it is Agni or Agnija Vikaras. And it can be clinically presented at various styles. It could be something like a sickle cell anemia or cystic fibrosis, maple syrup urine disease, Gaucher's disease, or hemochromatosis. I will say possibly 70% of we people who are sitting here in the hall wouldn't have seen these cases because they are very less in India. These clinical conditions are very less in India. Hardly we would have seen 30% of us would have seen any of these cases. Why? Because of our food habits. Whether we love it or not, the masalas what we eat, like you have the haridra, you have the jiraka, you have so many things which addresses many of the metabolic disorders. As I said, Deepana, Pachana, Anulomana, and Rasayana is the main sutra which you have to address for most of these conditions. But anyway, one such thing is a Tridhatu Garbha Pottali. The one which you can see in the form of a Lingakara is a Tridhatu Garbha. So whenever I prepare any of the Rasaushadhi, I offer the prayers like this to the medicine because it's going to save the patient's life. Then I administer it to the patient. So this is the Tridhatu Garbha Pottali, which is commonly given in most of such complicated or metabolic disorders or the disorders related to the genetics. Means most of the metabolic disorders can be carried over from the parent to the next generation. This is quite possible. Parents are diabetic, children also might be diabetic. The prognosis is also most of the times very poor. As you can see in case of type 1 diabetes is one such example. So types of metabolic disorders, normally we have like type 1 and type 2 diabetes, which is very commonly seen. Type 1 is the most problematic condition for us. So normally in case if it has been treated, that is fine. In case if you're not treating, normal complications are from the nerve and the kidney damage, eyesight impairment, increased risk of the heart and the vascular diseases. All these complaints would have been presented in case if the type 1 diabetes is being neglected. And I will say if you go into the individual of these disorders, even there, the treatment protocol will never fail. Chandraprabha, Arogyavardhini. Only thing is, if it's a case of diabetes, the anupanam could be asanadikvata. The thing where I need excess of rasayana, I add up to this with Vasanta Kusumakara. In case if I need excess of lekhana, then I add naga or trivanga. So depending on the clinical presentation, we change some drugs, but the base is always still the same Chandraprabha Arogyavardhini. Because it is diabetes, it is Asanadikvata. What is the importance of this rasayana which we are speaking so significantly? There is a cell line in every organ, which is something like a building block or bricks like. Normally what happens, there is a different channel on the other side and different channel on the other side. So when this particular atirukshata happens, or sometimes when you have this problem where the rasayana effect is being low, there what happens, these cells will shrink. Once it shrink, what happens? The distance between two cells are aparted. Then this gap, what you have, one media mixes with other media, causing complications. This is a very common phenomenon which usually happens. So this is the reason, even though it is a diabetic patient, the first line of treatment is rasayana. Unfortunate part, what we do, if you have a patient with prameha, the very first thing which we make the patient to do is dump him with lots of gugulu, shilajatu, that this and all, so that the patient from prameha, we are causing a iatrogenic disease in the name of madhumeha. Patient with kapha bahula, by administering so much of atiruksha dravya, and once he's been entitled with the diabetes, he himself will start avoiding rice, avoid ghee, avoid sweets. All of a sudden, the ruksha guna in the body will increase. By doing this, what happens? When vata prakopa happens in those people suffering from prameha, we are pushing him to land up into madhumeha. We are pushing him. This is iatrogenic. We doctors are pushing him to land up into madhumeha. Madhumeha is a irreversible change. It is vata pradhanaja. Don't ask your patient to cut off anything and everything once it has been recently diagnosed. Try to address the situation with rasayana dravyas. Frankly to speak, I don't even ask my patient to cut short all the sweets. I'll say avoid the artificial sweets, take the fruits. We need some Madhura Rasa. When you see the Madhura Rasa importance in the textbook of Dravyaguna, there is a miraculous therapeutic utility of Madhura Rasa, which we are losing in case if we don't take Madhura Rasa Sevana in our diets. So you need to take small quantities of it with a liberal way. And of course, you need to take up all these things for the maintenance. This is a Gaucher's disease, which you can come to know. Again, here I will say it is a metabolism of fat, which has been altered. Arogyavardhini is the best drug. Kapha, Meda, Pachana happens here. Deepana, Pachana, Anulomana will happen here. Glucose galactose malabsorption. Whenever you have such cases, the best drug is Sudha. Sudha is lime. Lime is an excellent drug from Rasa Shastra which can be given in glucose galactose malabsorption. We have given it even in cases with lactose intolerance also. In many of the patients where they have this, we give Sudha. Sudha is an excellent drug for glucose galactose intolerance. Hereditary hemochromatosis, where I said already Trivanga or Tridhatu Garbha Pottali. I use extensively lots of pottalis in my clinical practice. So I speak of pottalis. If you don't have Tridhatu Garbha with you, you can go with Trivanga Basma. This is the next alternative. When I speak of Abraka Basma, my clinical practice, I go with Abragarbha Pottali. When it is Tamra Basma, I go with Tamra Garbha Pottali. This is a small alteration, but still you have a positive attitude. In case if you don't have a pottali available to you, one thing is you can prepare it. In case if you don't have it, you can go for the basma, which is an alternative to it. This is a maple syrup urine disease, and in all such clinical conditions, like what you call it as MSUDs, in all these clinical conditions also, you need to definitely take the drugs like that of Chandraprabha, which is excellent in case of reproductive and urinary system. I would say the condition will significantly come down, provided you prepare Chandraprabha in a proper way. You might say, I'm from basically what you entitle as a non-clinical department. I'm from Rasa Shastra. But unfortunate part is I treat the patients because I cannot see them suffering like this. But for whatever reasons, Chandraprabhavati should never be black in color. In case if you're purchasing from any, I don't want to discriminate any companies. Swarnamakshika Basma is an ingredient in Chandraprabha. Unfortunately, many people don't add it. Just because considering heavy metal toxicity, etc., many people don't add it or they reduce significantly the quantity of Swarnamakshika. Then the end product looks to be black in color. I'll say which ingredient is black among Chandraprabha. None of the drugs are black in color, but the end product is black. Why? You have burnt it. Or the amount of gugulu or shilajatu which you have added is really not good. So it has turned black in color. Whatever Chandraprabha we are using, go home and see in your clinics. The Chandraprabha which you are using, it is black in color. Don't use it. Chandraprabha should always be brown in color. Then it is accurate. Even the Chawanaprash, it should be brown in color. It should not be black. None of the ingredients in Chawanaprash is black. But the end product is black. Why? Are we doing some painting? Mixing up the colors, it turns to be black. No. Chawanaprash should always be brown. Chandraprabha should always be brown. In case if it is black, please don't use it. Phenylketonuria, again, this is one set, and again, ketoacidosis and all other complications in diabetes is also another problem. So in these conditions, what you need to do is instantly you need to build up the Rasayana effect because the cellular lining of the kidney are been vanishing off. The best drug is Vasanta Kusumakara. I prepare Vasanta Kusumakara potali and give it to the patient suffering from phenylketonuria or ketoacidosis, which you see in case of diabetic complications. So in all these patients, what we do, Vasanta Kusumakara potali is being given, or Hemagarbha potali is another alternative. In case the kidneys have been shrunken, then Abragarbha potali is given. In case kidney is not shrunken in the ultrasonograph, don't give Abraka. It's of no use. Just Chandraprabha is sufficient, Arogyavardhani is sufficient. In case if you have your patient with renal complications associated with diabetes. So it's very highly complex and a rare thing which you can recognize with the metabolic disorders and try to go with it and try to see what best you can identify in most of these disorders. Because most of the disorders are not seen to us. Only thing which we can see in our routine clinical practice is diabetes. Possibly every third or fourth person in our clinical files, what you see is a person suffering from diabetes. And here it's a significant damage to the various organs of the body and you need to repair it. The best medicine is not Pramehagna Dravyas, but it is Rasayana. So this is about how it burns and all what sir is already explained about it. So I'll not go with all these topics now. So these are the normal complications which you can see. I'll just try to go with the treatments. So here you have a set of drugs called as Sarva Vyadhihara, which are directly from the textbook again. You can see the 4 columns there. The first one is about the drug. Second one is about the textbook. Next is about the chapter number and next is the shloka number. So it is Abraka, Rasaprakasha Sudhakara, 5th chapter, 28th shloka. So this is how we need to read the slides. And Sarva Vyadhihara, these are the set of medicines indicated from the various textbooks in Rasa Shastra for the people suffering from syndrome-like presentations, means multiple systemic involvement or where you have multiple disorders in a person, like as you can see in case of metabolic disorders, or the ultimate thing what metabolic disorder land up is metabolic syndromes. So these metabolic syndromes where you need Sarva Vyadhihara, like you have Abraka, Vaikranta, Makshika, Gandhaka, Hingula, Swarna, Rajata, Kantaloha, Naga, Vajra. Lekhana set of drugs, most of the times this is very much useful for us. These are again from the textbook only. It's nothing from my pocket. Like Tutta, Karpara, Chapala, Spatika, Manashila, Shrotanjana, Swarna, Rajata, Tamara, Kantaloha, Kamsya to be given. Medo Chedakaram, where you have this obesity related disorders. Even though the person is obese, the person is lean, the metabolic disorders makes no injustice to anyone. If it wants to affect, it will affect you. This is what we have seen. I have seen most complicated cases even in thin patients, most complications even in obese patients. Ultimate thing is God heals, doctor takes a consultation fee. We just tap ourselves stating like I have treated particular disease, but it's a grace of God always that he heals up the patients. As you can see, this Medo Chedakaram is also an excellent choice of drug to remove the excess of medas or hyperlipidemia like clinical conditions. These are the Pachana set of drugs which can be taken up. The Pachana set of drugs which can be easily dissolving the ama at any level in the body. Might be it is in the GIT, might be it's in the blood vessel, might be in any of the Shrotasas. Pachana is a very beautiful drug which can be given. Prameha, then comes the Prameha Dravyas. These are the Pramehagna set of drugs which can be given to the patient in case if they're suffering from, and absolutely they're not responding to your regular protocol as Deepana, Pachana, Analomana, Rasayana, like Chandraprabha, Arogyavardhani, like protocols, then go for Prameha set of drugs. As you can see here, Abraka, Vaikranta, Makshika, Vimala, Shilajata, Karpura, Tutta, Karpara, Rajata, Tamra, Kantaloha, and Vanga are being indicated by the various textbooks. These are the other few drugs, which is also from the textbook. Deepana set of drugs, this is also very important. Just increasing the appetite is no fun. I'll say Deepana and Pachana is very much essential. Even though at a microsrotas level, definitely you'll be having some blocks in the body, with or without your knowledge. Try to treat them with this Deepana and Pachana set of drugs. Sir, I don't know all this protocol because I don't have time to go and read up all these textbooks. That's the reason why I said Chandraprabha Arogyavardhan is enough. You don't know any of the medicine to be given to the patient, blindly pick up these two drugs and give it to your patient. Whatever the clinical condition is, usually they respond. They are the Aushadhis for us. These are the set of Deepana and Pachana set of drugs. I will say here we'll have the whole index of Rasa Shastra. Why? Samskaram Gunantaradhanam. This is our Siddhanta. You prepare all the things in the form of Basma. You give so much of Agni Sanikarsha to the drug. You give some 10 putta, 20 puttas, 50, 100, 1000 puttas. Giving so much of fire transformation, what happens? Deepana Pachana quality becomes an essential component in all the Basmas. That's the reason, don't think about Agni. People who conduct Vamana and Virechana, they don't give any of the medicines. Say, for example, I want to give Rasayana. I have been undertaken Vamana now. I cannot take Chavanaprash by tomorrow because my Agni is still not set in. I need to wait till some Sarjana Krama. But I need not wait if I'm a Rasa practitioner. I'm happily giving Abraka Basman, Tamra Basman the very next day of Vamana or on the same day of Vamana by the evening. Because what is the amount of medicine I'm giving? 65 milligram to 125 milligram. And they themselves are having Deepana and Pachana qualities which you are seeing here from the textbook. So when they can ignite the Jhataragni, Dhatuvagni and Bhutagni, why should I wait for Samsarjana Krama which takes around 7 days? So this is a fancy of Rasaushadhis. Kshipramarogyadatva Aushadebhyo Adhiko Rasaha. They are considered to be the Shrestha Aushadhis. Ama Vikaras, due to some reason the patient is landed up into Ama, then you have the set of drugs which has been prescribed with the textbook. Amma Vatahara, because once we speak of metabolic disorders, you speak of rheumatism and other issues. Rasayana, again the whole index of Rasa Shastra comes in here. Rasarnava, the textbook from the 8th century speaks about Rasi Bhavanti Lohani. All the drugs of Rasa Shastra are said to be Rasayana. This is a compilation of the various textbooks where you can see the set of drugs related to the Rasayana therapy. The whole index. Metabolic syndromes, whenever you have, again, as I said, the same protocol will work upon. Don't worry about the situations. Nothing will happen to your patient. Only thing is you suit the Anupanam as per the patient's requirement, is Prakruti and other aspects. Or else the basic protocol is Chandraprabha Arogyavardhan. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for those informative words. I now request Dr. Tubaki, sir, Professor, Department of Kaya Chikitsa, to honor the speaker with a certificate.
Thank you, sir. We call upon Dr. Manjura K., Professor and Head, Department of Rog Nidan and Vikruti Vigyan, to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Suhas Kumar Shetty, and request sir to please come over the dais.
A warm good evening to one and all present here. We are what we repeatedly do. Excellence, therefore, is not an act but a habit. This quote rightly signifies our illustrious and renowned principal, Dr. Suhas Kumar Shetty, sir. If one takes a closer look at the sorcery of the accomplished person, two distinct probity pop up. Besides perseverance and hard work, there are pioneering spirit and willingness, and Sir is perfect example for the above statement. I am profoundly delighted to take this opportunity to introduce Sir. Sir completed his BMS degree in 1999 from SDM Ayurved Mahavidyalaya Hassan, MD in 2004 and PhD in 2016 from RGHS and from a prestigious institute SDM College of Ayurveda and Hospital, Hassan. Sir has a vast teaching experience of 17 years to undergraduates and postgraduate students. Sir has research experience as PG guide since 2009 and guided 34 students. Sir is a PhD guide since 2016. Major scientific fields of interest are Manasaroga, specialized in de-addiction, epilepsy, depression and stress management, community health, etc. As a principal investigator, could receive a financial support from Ministry of Ayush for community-based prevention and holistic management of alcohol use disorders in Chandrayapatna town of Hassan district worth 1 crore 40 lakh rupees. And as a principal investigator could receive a grant of 54 lakhs from CCRAS for a study of ashwagandha co-administration with COVID-19 vaccine on safety, immunogenicity, and protection. Sir, as a principal investigator and co-PI, have grabbed many grants from RGHS, institutional researchers, and many pharma companies. Sir is invited as an expert nationally and internationally for validation and reliability of Ayurvedic diagnostics and many other Ayurvedic parameters. More than 63 research articles are published. Sir received Best Paper Award in 2007 at National Seminar on Ayurveda and Psychiatry at Kottakkal, and the same at 2011 at National Workshop in Neurology and Neuropsychiatric Disorders at IPGT Jamnagar. And Sir is felicitated with Bhaskara 2018 Best Doctor Award at SDM Ayurveda Hospital, Hassan. Thank you.
A very good evening to all of you. At the outset, I'd like to thank the World Ayurveda Congress and NASIA for giving an opportunity to host this institution satellite seminar on metabolic disorders. And taking the role as a speaker, talking about stress, I'll not stress you much. Definitely, I'll keep my talk very short. It's 4:53 now. I'll finish by 5:20. See, it's always very important that you should know the end in the beginning. And this is my end in the beginning that I'll finish by this time. At the same time, we had two wonderful sessions who has said that there is a pill for every ill. And I say that it is beyond will for every ill. So with this, because sometimes what happens, it is not just the medicines which really works in a practice. It is the perception, the faith, and the intuition with which patients come to you. And that really matters a lot. And as a practitioner, hardcore practitioner of Manas Roga for the last 2 decades, I really felt that sometimes, very importantly, if we can identify and channelize their issues, we can treat many such individuals. And that is what probably I'll try to look upon. What is the role of stress in the manifestation as well as in the management of metabolic disorders? I'll try to be more clinically oriented, talking about a lot of case studies and my personal experiences. I think we had wonderful presentation of the basic understanding of the concepts. See, whenever you look into your practice, very commonly we come across that patients complains that whenever I'm in stress, my complaints increases. Or whenever I am exposed to some form of anxiety, depression, my symptoms flares up. And these are some very, very simple example because After COVID, now we have a new options of doing online consultation. This is one such patients who are from Canada, who were suffering from Huntington's disease. And because we published an article on Huntington's disease, and that is where now a lot of patients of Huntington disease approach us for the treatment. And again, this is one patient from Singapore who again was suffering with treatment-resistant schizophrenia. Basically, her father is a very famous physician of Singapore. And then they land up in Ayurveda in a very small village. And then you see that we can really help them in such conditions. And that is where it is very, very important. Again, these skin lesions, very commonly you see that whenever the patients will have some form of stress, they say that during stress, my symptoms increases. And you just try to address this stress. See, basically stress is not about what happens. It is how you respond to that. Like for example, suppose you want to stand and speak. This is definitely a stress. But how do you respond, how you accept it, it is very important. For example, for students, writing an exam is always a stress. Though now it is not a stress, but definitely when we were writing, it was very stressful. But it is inevitable. It is inevitable that you can always stand stress. But most importantly, you need to understand that it is not the stress which is important. It is an individual's perception of the problem and how they respond becomes very, very vital. So that is why a lot of patients now come with, you see, a huge list of medicines. And now you want to say whether the patient, see, very commonly when it comes to psychiatric practices, patient come with some medications and say that, sir, I've been taking these medications for years together. I want to stop these medications and start with Ayurveda. And we want to do some magic and we have to treat such patients. So this is what is the expectation of the patients when they come to us. So it's very, very important that we understand what of medicines the patient is taking, like antipsychotics, antidepressants, anticonvulsants. And if you're not able to address these issues, you will never be able to manage the conditions. So if you look at a different clinical spectrum, maybe from different age, from pediatrics to geriatrics, at any age, see the most important thing is try to understand what exactly is the problem. Sometimes the patient's perception is very, very important. What patient feels is the reason for the problem. This is very important. From a clinical perspective, it's like, for example, the patient feels that there is something inside the stomach. There's some issues with the problem and there is something obstructing the stomach. Until unless you address those issues, or sometimes patients see that somebody is poisoning myself. Nange anjana hakidare and nange patient hoteki problem ide. See, though you say that it is not a problem, but if you don't address these issues, whatever the best medicines you give, maybe kasaushadis or rasaushadis, patient will never be satisfied. They should say that, yes, I have understood that there is anjana. Yes, there is some problem in your stomach. I have identified this. And I'm giving these medicines, maybe Virechana or any Vatana Lomana, even Avipatikara Chuna you give, patient will be benefited. See, that is where patient's perception should be very, very importantly addressed at the conditions. See, very commonly we say that whenever there is any stress, whenever the mental health is tried, see nowadays we have a very fast moving, globalized, fast aspects of life. And we do not have time even to do our basic biological functionings. Okay, even eating and the evacuating also happens so technically that we do not are aware that. See, that is where probably a self-awareness. And that is where if you look at the treatment of Manasroga, it is said as Dhi Dhairya Atmadi Vijnanam Mano Doshoshadam Param. We need to address Atmadi Jnana. You need to understand the self and try to address that. See, basically, what do you mean by stress? See, stress is a reaction of the body to any changes that happens either inside or outside. Either it is Indriyartha or Manoarthas. Indriyarthas are the external stresses, Manoarthas are the internal stresses. See, the bottom line, stress is not what happens to you, but how you react to what happens. That is very important. Okay, suppose sometimes we lose a friend or there is some financial losses. You shift the place, like you are in Hassan and now suddenly you come to Belgaum. Okay, and see that is definitely a stress. But how do we react to that? That becomes very, very vital.
And there's a whole lot of disease which can come because of stress, starting from the hair till the toe. Any organ or any system can be affected by stress. And same thing happens in metabolic disorders also, because Agni is a very, very important aspect. And apart from Aharaja and Viharaja cause, lot of Manasika Karanas have been mentioned, like Shoka, Bhaya, Udvega, etc. And that is where we can have so many metabolic disorders from which can end up in a lot of troubles. And why this happens? There are a lot of changes that happens in the body. Basically, it's a release of so many hormones. As the previous speakers were mentioning, the problem is with the nervous system, the endocrine system, immune system, and the total psychological phenomena. And that is what we call something called as psychoneuroimmunology and psychoneuroendocrinology, which is a very new system which is coming up. And that is what Ayurveda talks about, how the body and mind are interrelated. It could be any of this. See, very commonly we say that it is the Dharaniya Vegas, and we sometimes very poorly translate it as that which will be suppressed. See, Dharana doesn't mean that it should be suppressed. And if you suppress the emotions, the problem will be more. So never suppress your emotions. If you feel like crying, you cry. If you feel like laughing, you laugh. But you should understand the place, time and person where you're doing this. That is what is very important. Suppose in the class you are there, suddenly you feel like laughing and you stand laughing, definitely it's not appropriate. See, that is what you find in Charaka Sutra Sthana. Desha Kalatmadi Vijnanam Mano Dosha Aushadam Param Sadritasya Anvartanam. If you want to follow Sadrita, follow Desha, Kala, Atma. And that is what is responding to the place, time and person. See, there is a strong relationship between body and mind. Stress will affect the body will affect the stress, or body will affect the mind. And that is what we say, there is a very good simile which comes in the Tika of Ashtanga Hridaya Sutra Sthana, which says that Taptaja Gateriva, like it's a hot pot and the ghee. If the ghee is hot, the pot also will be hot. And if the pot is hot, it will make the ghee also hot, which says that there's a strong relationship between the body and mind. And see, though we call it as Sharika Roga and Manasika Roga, in clinical practice, it will not be separate. Okay, you should not see. See, that is why I always tell my students, because you are a PG in Manas Roga, you should not think that everybody has Manasika problems. Because it is an interrelationship between body and mind. But only thing is whether the body is affecting the mind or mind is affecting the body. That's how you should see and you should treat. Invariably, it will affect each other. Okay, and that is how you should do the practice. That's a role that you will have in practice. You should try to identify where exactly the problem is, where you should break the chain, whether it is a body or whether it's a mind which is affecting each other. So when you should think that there is some problem with the mind in a clinical practice, see, you are treating, there is no relief, there is no organic pathology, repeated multiple visits of the patients, and patients, the relief also is very short term. Today, your patient says that Nidhe bartha Nale, again, the same problem. If pain is there, yes. Tomorrow, again, the patient will say there is a pain, which is not invariable with what is happening with the patient phenomena. Then you should think that definitely there is some psychological involvement. See, so many, you can just sit in the clinic and then you understand that definitely some maybe interpersonal relationship, there is a flare up of the symptoms. If you ask, see, very commonly in country like India, patient will never come with typical psychiatric symptoms. If your psychiatric practices in India, you will never have typical symptoms of psychiatry. Patient will always come with somatic symptoms. Suppose the patient has fight with his husband or wife, they will not that they had fight. They'll say headache, backache, stomach pain, leg ache. And then gradually if you say, okay, what happened yesterday? Then they say that we had a fight, or I have a problem with my in-laws. Or if you talk about somebody, the expression changes. So that is why never ever believe what is happening on the screen. A lot of happens behind the screen in psychiatry. So that is why it is very, very important. You should be like a CBI investigator if you are a clinical practice of Manas Roga. You cannot believe what exactly is happening exactly in the patients. Always try to see all possible ways and try to assess what's the cause, what is the aggravating symptoms, what is the precipitating symptoms, what really is the relieving factors, etc. So, see, basically, stress is only two things happens in stress. Either the demands are increased or resources are reduced. Ultimately, there is only two causes of stress. Whatever you talk about in any scenario, either it is increased demand or reduced resources. So there are only two management for stress. Either you reduce your demand or increase your resources. That's it. That is how you should always use something called as 4 A's. It is called as avoid, alter, adopt, accept. If you do this, the whole of the stress management is completed. See, suppose you have problem with your in-laws and you stay in the same home. You cannot avoid, you accept. Okay. Or suppose you have problem with your boss. You know that you cannot, you adopt it. So that is why always stress management is as simple as these 4 A's, but very easily said than done. So how do you approach stress in Ayurveda? There are different concepts like Udvega, Sahasa, Dharaniya Vegas, the Icha, Upadha, which are all consenting to that. And there are some factors which really decides how we react to the stress. The most important thing is Sattva. Sattva of an individual, the status of Agni, the quantum of Ojas, and this is very, very important to be analyzed. So what does this happen? There is a derangement in the Agni causing Ama and causing so many Sharirika and Mansika Vikaras. And again, these will affect each other. It is said as Techa Vikaraha Paraspara Anuvartamanaha Kadachit Anubadhanti Kamadeyo Joradayascha. The body disease will always manifest as a physical disease or a psychiatric disorders, or a psychiatric disorders will always affect the body. Treatment, Trivida Chikitsa. It is Daiva Vyapashraya, Yukti Vyapashraya and Sattvavajaya. When you are able to identify the cause and there is a physical involvement, use Yukti Vyapashraya. There is an involvement of the body, there is no, you are not able to identify the cause, Daiva Vyapashraya. And if it's the involvement of the mind, Sattvavajaya. Again, it is not that you have to use only one of them. You can always combine them based on what are being explained. Prashamyati aushadam purvam daiva yukti vipashrayehi manaso jnana vijnanam dhairya smriti samadhibihi. So identify the cause, physical cause, and if it is causes are known, the sharika doshas are identified, then yukti vipashraya. Because yukti vipashraya are dosha pratyanika and daiva vipashraya chikitsas are vyadhi pratyanika chikitsas. So again, as a clinical practitioners, you can always use the ahara, vihara, achara and aushadis. So the most important thing is whether the aushadis are dravyabhuta or adravabhuta. We have heard a lot of the dravyabhuta chikitsa by the earlier speakers. We'll try to see a little bit of adravabhuta chikitsa. Again, these are the treatment principles that we commonly follow, especially in metabolic disorders. Even though it is stress related, you use these treatment principles. See, same thing we can, just as this is on what Shushruta mentions and how we can adopt in psychiatric practices. If something is increased or something is, you have to decrease it. Like in case of bipolar disorders with manic episodes. Something is reduced, you have to stimulate it. Like in case of depressive disorders. Or something is maintained, you have to follow for the preservations. See, especially in Ama dosha, ultimately it is correcting the Agni, relieving the psychological symptoms and enhancing the absorption of the treatment. And this is what you have to follow. You should do Vatanalomana, you should do Sattvavajaya Chikitsa, you should do Shodhana wherever required, and wherever necessary, you can always do the Rasayana Chikitsa. So you can use whole lot of treatment challenges in the, like for example, Vamana. See, whenever you feel that this is Kapha Pradhana doshas are there and patient has depressive symptoms, you can use Vamana. Anxiety symptoms are present, dominance with sleep disorders, Virechana. Chronic disorders with the involvement of Vata, then you can go Basti. Those who do not have motivation, who are motivated, you can always go for Nasya. Especially stress disorders, we always can go, Ayurveda talks about the Murdni Tailas like Shirodhara, Shirobasti, Shiro Abhinga, Shiro Pichu, and all other forms of the therapies. And these are very, very important therapies. Suppose if it is Vata dominant, symptoms of stress are present. You can use Taila Dhara like Shirabala Taila, Tunga Drumadi Taila, Brahmi Taila, etc. If it is Pitta dominant, stress related symptoms, you can use Shira Basti or Shira Dhara like Chandana, Ushira, etc. And if it is Vataja, you can use Kashaya Basti like Jatamamsi Kashaya, Dashamula Kashaya, Takra Basti, etc. If it is Kapha dominant, stress related symptoms. Especially if it is stress related, I think Abhyanga is a very good stress reliever. You can use different Abhyanga techniques with different, like along with, if you can use little bit of techniques of needling, massaging, canaping, etc. It really helps. See, we have come up with few innovative practices called as the Shiro Mardhana, especially in case of stress-related problems where there are withdrawal symptoms of alcoholic, etc. So where you're using a potali of Brahmi, Jatamamsi, and the Sarpagandha, making it into small potalis, adding or doing like a Shashtika Shali over the head. If it is Vata dominant symptoms are present, you can add little bit of oil. If it's Kapha dominant, you can do without oil also. We also try to make a modification of the Shirodhara, Shirobasti, because sometimes if the patient is not able to sit for a long time and the patient is not able to, is lot of hairs, etc., we used with Lalata Basti. It's a modification of Shirobasti. But initially we started with using the oils, but we used the Gritas later on. And we find that Grita was much better in doing Lalata Basti as compared with the Taila which have been using. Again, we have tried to see which Grita really works. Vata dominant stress related problems, Kalyanaka Grita, Mahakalyanaka Grita. Pitta dominant symptoms of stress, Brahmi Grita, Kushmanda Grita. Kapha dominant related stress related disorders, Panchagavya, Mahapanchagavya. Kalyanaka, Mahakalyanaka works very well for Vata dominant symptoms. Kushmanda Grita and Brahmi Grita for Pitta dominant stress related symptoms. And Panchagavya, Mahapanchagavya works good for the Kapha dominant symptoms. Especially when the patients are not motivated. You can always use the Dhupana, like Hingwadi Dhupana, Shirshadi Dhupana, Manashiladi Dhupana. And sometimes we also do a lot of stress. Patient do not want to come to the Panchakama theater. We can do bedside Takradhara also in patients who are very, very stressed out. There are a lot of drugs which can be used in stress, especially Tulsi, Brahmi, and even Tagara is a very potent anxiolytic drug. Lot of importance for the Medhya Annapanas. Rasayana also works very well, especially the Medhya Rasayanas like Yashti Madhu, Kushmanda, Brahmi, etc. So we have also been tried with various practices of Devyapasha Chikitsa like mantra, Manidharana, Niyamana, Gamana, etc., which really adds on as a supportive therapies in cases of a chronic stress. The most important thing is the Sattvaja Chikitsa, which is Ahitebhyo Arthebhyo Manonigraha, which stands for different modalities of treatment, which really acts on the stressful aspects. You have to select the Sattvaja Chikitsa based on different factors, like based on their Prakriti, based on their dosha, Sattva. Like a Pravara Sattva person will need 1 or 2 sittings of the Sattvaja Chikitsa, but our Sattva people may require repeated Sattvaja. There are different techniques which can be used in case of like Jnana, Vijnana, Dhairya, Smriti, Samadhi. So it refers to different techniques of Sattvaja used in stress management, like insight-oriented, educative, supportive, cognitive, and psychophilosophical approach. So yoga also is very, very useful in management of stress management. Like basically yoga is about the calming the mind, controlling the mind, maybe different practices of yoga, pranayama, meditation, etc. And it's all about how you are using to modify or alternate the therapies. And there are different types of the therapies or the pranayamas and the asanas, which are said to be very, very beneficial for the management of the different stress-related problems. See, the most important thing is the prevention. So how do you prevent the stress related problems in case of the stress management? So this is what is based on the model we tried on around 1800 students from different schools. And then we prepared this particular model called as ABCD 4321, where A stands for away from distractions, because nowadays you see so much of mobile, internet, all these things. We need to channelize their energy. So it's very important that we need to be, and this is a major cause for stress. Suppose you post something in the Facebook and someone do not like it. You post something in the status, someone do not reply it. It's the most stressful things. And this really happens. Very important is you should have a proper planning of your life, not only for the day, but also for your life. And that's the reason why sometimes you should not be worried about small things. Okay. Always think big. Aim for the goal that you have set for your life, and that should be your turning point. At the same time, be relaxed. There is nothing to worry. Nothing is going to happen. Okay. So that is why be calm, be relaxed, and enjoy what you're doing. And that's the biggest mantra that I've learned from my teachers. Whatever you do, always try to enjoy and learn from the experiences. That is the biggest thing that you can always do. And do a little bit of exercise, at least 15 to 20 minutes of exercise. This really matters a lot. My teacher always used to say that heal yourself to heal others. And see, we always tell Dinacharya, Rutucharya, Sadruta, but how far we have been practicing this? You should never practice something which you do not have learned or practiced. So suppose you say you get up in the morning, then only you should preach that. So only teach when you preach. Then that is the reason why all these concepts should be brought into practice, and this really matters a lot. Next is 4321, 4 liters of water. Not 4 liters means not a quantity, at least plenty of water. Drink plenty of water because it really rehydrates your tissues. Then 3 times timely sattvic food. Very, very important is that food becomes a very, very important aspect of mental health. See, a new branch called as nutritional psychiatry is a very upcoming branch. And this is what Ayurveda always have been telling about. 2 times of prayer. And this is what you find in Charaka Sharirasthana also. Morning, set the goal, like what I'm going to do today. And evening, try to analyze whether I've achieved my goal. And if not, again, reset your goal to the next day. But don't procrastinate. That's the biggest problem we do with is, as a human beings, is kal karenge, parso karenge. I think there is a Kabir ke do hai, no? Kal kare so aaj kare so ab, pal mein parli hoegi, bahuri karega kab. So it's very, very important that you always have a focus on that. So ideally, the most important mantra that is there, and this is what I spoke in the last WAC on mantra for mental health. This was my topic for last WAC, which happened in Ahmedabad. So I was the launch speaker of this particular conference in WAC, and this was my topic. And this is the one single shloka that I spoke about and how to apply in a clinical practice. This is from Charaka, Sharirasthana as well as Ashtanga Hridaya Sutrasthana. Nityam Hidita Ahara Vihara Sevi, Samikshakari, Visheshu Asaktaha, Dataha, Samaha, Satyaparaha, Kshamavan, Aptopasevicha, Bhavanti Arogaha. If we can practice the daily intake of balanced diet, being analytical, being detached, kind, emotional, mental equanimity is there, and if there is truthfulness and forgiveness, and you are able to respect your teachers and elders, definitely you will never suffer from stress or never suffer from mental disorders or any disorders for that matter. So it is 5:20. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for such a wonderful lecture. I now call upon Dr. Mantesh Ramannavar, Professor and Head, Department of Rachana Sharira, to honor sir with the certificate.
Thank you, sir. The sponsorer of the satellite seminar, Charaka Pharmacy, is recognized as the bastion of healthcare quality products. As they successfully celebrate 75 years of meticulous research, high quality products, and trustworthy services, they have come up with a noble act of rewarding scholarships of 40,000 rupees each to the scholars of their outstanding performance during their postgraduate studies, and the same has also been initiated for the undergraduates.
We have with us Mr. Mandeep, Zonal Training Manager of Charaka Pharma, to share a few words.
We request all the students not to leave the hall and please maintain the silence. We are at the end of the session. Kindly maintain silence and maintain the decorum of the session.
Yeah, good evening to all. Thank you so much for giving an opportunity to present my organization's presentation. I'm not going to take much time. It's just 5 minutes. You are already aware what is Cherak and what is Cherak products. Most of the doctors are prescribing. Thanks for giving an opportunity to be a part of this wonderful seminar for the management and for WAC and for the management of this college. Cherak is well known for you. It's a 75 years old organization which was founded when we got a freedom. In 1947, the Cherak was founded. The company, you see, it started journey. Now the Cherak today is a leading name for the developing and manufacturing as a distribution property or herbal formulation driven from the principles of our Ayurveda only. Where if you see the company profile, the leading manufacturing company in the Margaret herb products, India and as well as global wise, we have a products, the large range of products with a proven efficacy and safety profile with us. We have all the range with this, all the treatment of all the diseases and received to various natural awards and quality manufacturing of Ayurveda. There was a token, one more milestone. Recently, we are rewarded with from the Economics of Time, the Best Brand Award in 2021. There we see that state of, in the morning, just before the starting the session, we are already played the manufacturing plant video to all the students. That it is a state-of-art manufacturing unit with a well-trained staff, and these manufacturing plants are approved by the WHO and GMP certified, and also the ISO certified manufacturing. And it is internationally quality standard is assured with these plants. And as well as our R&D was accredited by the Department of Science of Technology or the Government of India. Where we are, Cherak is well known for one of the important technique to prepare the products, that is individual herbal extraction, phytoactivity marking. So that is a standardization formulation technology which give you optimum efficacy of our Cherak products. Whereas our products are trusted and accepted by the medical practitioner around the global. Our Cherak products are available in 33 countries global wide and prescribing by the around 30 all the worldwide doctors. Where the advantage of our Cherak products are quality assured, we have made the TLC, the thin layer chromatography technique, so the pattern for the herbs to extract then finishing the products. So I hope that this will help you to ensure the correct identification of all the material used in manufacturing our products. So by the advantage by providing the benefits of a standardizing herbal manufacturing technique, so that purity and consistency of the herb is ensured. Whatever the products, each individual extraction was completely ensured that the quantity which is mentioned on the label. And also phytoactive delayed with the optimal quantity, with the batch-to-batch consistent efficacy maintenance was observed as. Where our products are clinically trialed and conducted by renowned doctors in institution. We have around each and every product was from the Cherak was clinically tried and trusted. With like a major brand like M2 Tone was tried around 10,000 patients and having 16 clinical trials and published in the national and international journals to all the trials. Whereas we have all the products, Ayurvedic products for all the system disorders. Whereas our Cherak organization manufacturing all the dosage formulation packing for convenient for your patient maternage. Whereas Cherak products are giving you 100% natural and safe and effective. Where we have a manager products, the Cherak is known for this product, everyone aware, and they have in their hands, that is M2 So that India's first prescribing pattern, especially AUB and as well as infertility cases. This was a brand was effectively clinically tried on 10,000 plus patients with the 12 clinical trials on AUB as well as infertility too. Where is a brand which maintained the HPO access for this? Then dosage part, if I take, it's 2 tablets and twice a daily and 15 ml twice a daily, it is suggested for this. But we have a brand for the PCOS case, PCOD, and as well as for the type 2 diabetes cases, we have a Hyponate. The Hyponate is well known for the herbal insulin sensitizer. So with a natural D-carinoacetal edge, we are claiming that because that ingredient like a Vijayasara is there inside the Hyponate. So which is in Hyponate will help you to improve the insulin sensitivity and also works on all the metabolic and steroidic and reproductive axis, where it is correcting the LH and FSH ratios and all normalize the ovulation process too. So that dosage, if you take the Hyponate, it's suggested 2 tablet BID. Where for a male infertility, we have a brand which is Adijova, which is we call as a spermatogenius, that works beyond the conventional seminal parameters like motility, morphology, and also count for sperm count too. Whereas Adijova was proven with the efficacy proven clinical trial using the CASA techniques, the computer-assisted semen analysis study was conducted, and also there is another trial was conducted by the AIMS Delhi, that it is these 2 clinical trials is clearly proven that Adijova can improve the sperm count, sperm morphology, sperm motility. Not only that, CASA was clearly explained that Adijova improve the DNA integrity, correct the amplitude of lateral displacement and acrosome reaction, hyperactivation of the cell, and the progressive motility of the sperm was clearly studied in CASA. So that Adijova improves the functional competency of the sperm and offers the antioxidant, endogenous antioxidant production of action. Where is the dosage part, if you see Adijova, it's suggested if it is a sperm count is 5 to 10 million, 2 capsule BID for a minimum 90 days. If it is sperm count is greater than 10 million, suggested 1 capsule BID. Where we have the brand for the best made for each other for liver, that is Livomine. It's a Prevomine which protects and rejuvenates and regulates the hepatocytes. So whereas Livomine was recently one more clinical trial conducted, that is nuclear medicine based hepatobilirubin study. This study was proven that Livomine was given 100% of hepatic extraction efficacy. So that Livomine hepatoprotector useful for the management or all the diseases like NAFLD, NASH, viral hepatitis cases, anorexia, even ICP inducing during pregnancy and weaning period also. Whereas Livomine is improved the hepatobiliary dynamiction and hepatic extraction efficacy. Also improvement antioxidant property and reduces inflammations too. In the Livomine, we have all the formats like a syrup form, tablet form, even for the pediatric infantile babies, we have it drops too. So it is suggested 15 ml BID or 1 to 2 capsule, 1 to 2 tablet or 5 to 10 drops is suggested. Where the known brand for you, especially for the natural health tonic, the Yamitage, Manol, then syrup, and as well as we have a capsule form too. Whereas Manol is a healthy mix of flavonoids with the vitamins and minerals and also help for the immune booster and adaptogenic activity. So it's Manol is completely natural health tonic, which is regenerate the strengthen and as well the body tissues, enhances the bioavailability by antioxidant build up in the HB level. Whereas our Manol can provide instant sustenance energy source with the help of honey which is there in Manol and reduces the convalescence period too. Suggested 1 tablespoon, 1 capsule, a BID it is. Where we have a brand for immunity boost tablets, Kofol, and we are also having a Kofol range with us, like a Kofol syrup as well as chewable tablets and gargling and all. But whereas we're talking about Kofol immunity tablet, this is a brand which is literally trially proven that immunity enhances efficacy of the both objective and subjective parameters too. The brand which was clinically proven, but this is shown that it is an immunomodulator. My Kofol immunity tablets was improved the CD4 count and CD4-CD8 ratio which can modulate pro and inflammatory cytokines, which reduces the TNF alpha. Okay. So we have another brand that we have a Stop IBS, especially for IBS cases, irritable bowel syndrome cases. So that is herbal management of this. Stop IBS is the advantage that it can be given for even diuretic IBS, diarrhea IBS, and also constitutional and mixed IBS cases too. Whereas Stop IBS helps to modulate the intestinal motility and also helps to normalize the stool consistency and helps to regenerate the stool frequency. And this Stop IBS also was clinically proven on 4,000 plus patients with help of 389 doctors. And it is again proven that Stop IBS is going to be herbal management for the IBS cases with a good efficacy, suggested 1 to 2 tablets twice a daily. For Alzheimer's cases or for the ADHD cases, we have a product is called Cognium tablet as well as syrups, which is a herbal brain tonic. Whereas a brand, it consists with a manduk parni, brahmi, and dagar like ingredients, which helps to improve the concentration and focus and helps to reduce the brain exhaustion and brain lock. Cognium will provide a protects and nervous system action providing an adaptogenic activity, which helps to reduce anxiety too. Whereas tablets suggested 1 to 2 tablets twice a daily and 5 ml syrup is suggested daily twice. For vitiligo cases, the brand is well known for you, that is a Pigmento, which helps you for the vitiligo cases, helps maintain the skin health and provides antioxidant support. Offers immunomodulatory action and also Pigmento helps to stimulate melanocytes skin. It suggested having a tablet form as well as an ointment, which the dosage is 1 tablet twice a daily, 1 to 2 tablet, applies a daily after the skin affected area with a ointment. And for the migraine prophylaxis and sinusitis cases, the very well-known brand for you, that is Cefagrain, which is naturally management of migraine, also for the drops suggested for sinusitis cases too. So the Cefagrain helps to reduce the nasal congestion and nasal discharge and breathing drops and helps to relieve the nausea associated with the migraine cases and helps to reduce the frequency and migraine symptoms, helps to reduce inflammation and nausea. The dosage form for the Cefagrain suggested 1 to 2 tablets twice a daily and 2 drops of 3 to 4 times per day. Where this is a major range products, and also Cherak is providing a free consultation through our website that with a Dr. Cherak it is. And not only these products, we also have another range of a natural cosmetic range. The range is called as a Moha, whereas all the natural cosmetic range which is there with us. Thank you so much for presenting.
Thank you, Mr. Mandi. We are proud to announce the names of the scholars identified to receive scholarships for this academic year. We have Dr. Raja KP, Regional Sales Manager, to coordinate the scholarship, and we request the scholars to come forward on the dais to receive the scholarship.
We request Dr. Suhas Kumar Shetty, sir, to also come over the dais.
We request Dr. Preeti Chabra ma'am and Mr. Ravindra Anand Babu to please come on the dais for the scholarship.
We also request Dr. Suraj to come on the dais. We request Dr. Pradeep Grampurohit sir and Dr. Rajshekhar sir also to join at the dais.
I shall now call upon the scholars. Dr. Arun Das, Department of Shalakya Tantra.
Sorry, by mistake they said doctor. I am not a doctor.
Next, Dr. Krishna Priya, Department of Kai Chikitsa. I congratulate the scholars on behalf of KLE Ayurwal, WAC, Nasya, and Charak Pharma. We take this opportunity to felicitate the coordinators of WAC Satellite Seminar with a memento. I request Dr. Suhas Kumar Shetty to please felicitate and present a memento to Dr. Pradeep Grampurohit, coordinator for WAC Satellite Seminar. Dr. Rajshekhar Sanpeti, sir, WAC coordinator. Dr. Suraj Kumbar, Assistant Professor, Department of Panchakarma, Karnataka State Coordinator for WAC. Thank you, everyone. Gratitude is the most exquisite form of courtesy, and no event is complete without the expression of appreciation. I call upon Dr. Rajshekhar Sanpeti, sir, Reader, Department of Panchakarma, and Coordinator WAC Satellite Seminar to propose the vote of thanks.
Very good
I
evening.
request all the students to kindly be seated. It'll hardly take another 2 minutes.
Very good evening to all. We have came to an end of this program. So I thank the chief guest of today's function, Padma Shri, Dr. Madan Madhav Godbole sir, a distinguished professor, Kaher JNMC. Sir has enlightened and have a motivational talk about the endocrine disorders and Ayurveda perspectives. Sir made this beautiful movement with his presence and enlightened the whole seminar. I thank from the bottom of my heart on behalf of our institution. Thank you very much, sir. Next, I thank Dr. Preeti Chabra, madam, a distinguished member, World Ayurveda Congress. Madam has really enlightened with the previous reports of all World Ayurveda Congress and motivated all of us to be a part and have a multi-dimensional approach and understanding. Really, we are very thankful, madam. And it is a very happy moment to say that madam usually doesn't go anywhere else, but madam with enlightened with all the delegates what we came here and came a long way from Delhi and made this function more meaningful. Thank you very much, madam. I thank Mr. Akba Ravindra Babu sir, organizing secretary with Jnana Bharati, who is very supportive for all these events. Thank you very much, sir. I thank the backbone of this event, our beloved principal, who is always smiley and supportive for all the activities that being conducted. And sir has given free hands to do all the activities. Really, from the bottom of my heart, we thank you very much, sir. I thank the main team persons who made this function more beautiful and meaningful, or resource persons. First of all, I thank Dr. Pramod Katti sir. Sir has having some very busy schedule, and last moment he made to come because there was a lot of practical difficulties, but he could able to make to arrive here and have done a good elaboration of understanding metabolic disorders from Ayurvedic perspectives, and he has given a very good range of medicine, how to implicate more clinically. Really, we are thankful for you, sir. Thank you. And we thank another resource persons, Dr. Gopi Krishna sir from Ballari. Sir, really well-known Rasa Chikitsa, and who has made a good elaborations of how to use these Rasa Prayogas in metabolic disorders. I thank very much, sir, for your enlightening all of this. And I thank Dr.
the Professor, Rishi Hood University, Dr. Mala Kapadia, making the presence and making MOU between KLE University and Rishi Hood University. Thank you very much, madam. And I thank the Charaka Pharma who really identified and encouraging the needy and the bright student for their financial support. It's a good cause you are doing. Thank you very much, sir, for doing this good cause for the student purpose. Thank you very much, sir. And the person, Dr. Suraj Kumar, who is a WAC coordinator, Karnataka State, who really done work very well to make this event more meaningful. Thank you very much, sir. And I thank coordinator, Dr. Pradeep Grampurai, sir. Sir has conducted very beautifully the program since from the beginning of inauguration and all the sessions. It gone flawless and uninterrupted. Not even even all arrangements are done very beautifully. Thank you very much, sir. And there are different principals and the representatives of many institutions has come. From SBG College, Dr. Adivesh Arkeri. From Inchel College, Dr. Akshay. And Dr. Ashwini from SBJ and some representative from Guttal College. So we are very thankful for all you, sir, for coming and supporting for this event. Thank you very much. And it is also equally important to carry over all the events by their sweet voices and anchoring. So our anchoring team, Dr. Deepthi Bhagavadi and Swarada Upen really made the event more meaningful by their sweet voice. Thank you, both of you, madams. Yes. And last but not the least, the students who came from different colleges and our students, I think for 3 hours you keep very silently, which shows that the keen interest you are shown to listen all different lectures, and hopefully you have carried over the messages given by our resource persons. And thank you very much for making this event more meaningful. Thank you very much. And finally, I thank the KLE University team for all these, including stage committee, sound system, and all persons who directly and indirectly helped to make this event more effective and meaningful. Thank you one and all.
Thank you, sir. Please kindly note, there's one important announcement. Those students and staff who are willing to join Nasya can wait back in the hall and meet Dr. Suraj and Dr. Preeti Chabra ma'am. And as we have come to the end of this session, I request you all, after the session is over, to collect your certificates, the college coordinators, to collect your certificates from the reception counter. We all will raise for the national anthem and then proceed for the high tea. Thank you.
जनगणमनाधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you, everyone. High tea is arranged at the basement. Kindly everybody proceed towards it.